Welcome, National Arena League football fans, to the Greensboro Coliseum. We're pregame here, and the Jacksonville Sharks are in town, James. This is Tom Lipscomb here with the coach, James Brown. How you doing, James?
Doing great, Tom. Big night tonight. We have got a huge game here at the Greensboro Coliseum. It is Derby Day for those of us who are from Louisville, Kentucky. Wonderful day here for sports. I'm excited for NAL football.
Can you think of a better sports month than May, James?
May is a great month. First of all, you have the most exciting 2 minutes in sports. That's the Kentucky Derby. It's running probably right now as we speak.
I expect some of our fans may be sneaking a peek at that.
Yes, sir.
And after the Derby is over, you'll be able to turn your full attention to this football game. The Jacksonville Sharks are in town, and they are hungry for a win.
Big rivals for our Carolina Cobras. These Jacksonville Sharks are always tough for us to play. Of course, we've got a lot of history with these Sharks, and some recent history here is that our offensive coordinator is a previous coach for them.
Yeah, and also a number of players. Michelle Robinson, I believe, played for the Sharks, the longest running player for the Sharks at one point. There's also Jonathan Bain, was a championship quarterback for the Jacksonville Sharks. Also 3 other players, including Christoph Page, Zachary Brown, and Derek Ziegler, all former Jacksonville Sharks. What does that mean when you play your former team, James?
So, well, first off, that means that these Jacksonville Sharks are coming in here and wanting to get a win because they have got such familiarity with several guys. They want to come in here and get a win. However, it also means for our Carolina Cobras that they've circled this date on the calendar. They want to beat the Jacksonville Sharks, especially when you played in their building and in their uniform.
And if you missed last week, let's say you didn't get a chance to see it on YouTube Live or you couldn't get down to the Coliseum, what did our fans miss?
They missed such an exciting football game. Last week was amazing in that we were coming off of a huge win in Albany, New York versus the defending NAL champions, and coming back home for our season opener in the Coliseum, in the Snake Pit. So we had a lot to prove. We had a new starting quarterback. We had a whole lot of new pieces to our puzzle. Coach Rez is putting this puzzle together, and he wanted to stamp this as his baby.
Do you remember? Did just that. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you remember preseason? Coach Rez said, "To be the man, you got to beat the man." And that was he was talking about going up and playing Albany, the team who won last year and the team who knocked the Cobras out of the playoffs last year. And they did what he hoped. He went up, beat Albany, came back. Orlando came into town. Quarterback for Orlando came in talking before the game.
Yes, he did.
And it did not intimidate the Cobras. Cobras had a very solid game and won handily last week. Now, aside from football, fans, if you don't come out to the Coliseum, or maybe if you take a little bit of a dinner break during halftime, you might miss some things. There were some surprises this past halftime show, wasn't there, James?
There certainly were. So we had, here at the Coliseum, we always have great entertainment. You never have downtime or dead time here. So in timeouts, quarter breaks, we have these games that we play here on the field. And we had what looked to be a new game where a participant was blindfolded and was trying to find a prize on the field. And I was thinking, wow, this is okay, this is different, this is new. And as she...
Yeah, I was having trouble with that game.
Yeah, her friend started first and she found the bag. Okay, great. And then they changed the blindfolds and went to the other participant, but there was no bag on the field. And I was thinking, Tom, what's she looking for? There's no bag. And so she's searching around, and then off in the distance, over in the corner, we saw a Carolina Cobras player who turned out to be the one, the only Joe Powell. Joe.
Yes, with me I have Samaria and Venetia. All right, and as we said before, we're going to play a game of hot and cold. And Venetia, I want you to go first. Okay? Come here, we're going to blindfold you, and once again, the field house is going to let you know if you're getting hot or if you're getting cold. All right, let me go ahead and blindfold it for you.
You've played that game before, Matt?
Yeah, I'm not too good at it.
Now, 5, 4, let's just
Not too good at it at all.
Now, I'm going to ask you how many fingers I'm holding up.
Hard to take
Really
away
get
one
it
of your
done.
senses and still perform.
Nice and good.
I hope that is not a see-through. You know, sometimes people will kind of be able to see a little bit through these, but it looks like she's tying it on tight.
Are they in competition against one
Real
another?
quick.
So do you get to tie your competition
You do not
blindfolded?
He's going to tell us, James. He's going to tell us.
We're going to play a game of hot and cold. When you're going towards the items, they're going to say hot. When you're not towards the items, they're going to say cold. Cobra Nation, are you ready?
Okay.
Let's get it going.
To fans on YouTube, want you to type hot or cold there in your chat.
Let's walk. Come on, cold, hot, hotter,
What would be worse, a snake or a predator?
Good, okay. That's one of them.
She's got a Cobras bag.
Now
if you had to do this game, Matt, who would you have give you the directions?
Oh gosh, somebody that doesn't get too frustrated too quick. They'd be yelling at me a whole lot.
Tied to the knot, tied to the knot. All right, hot. Come on, combination, help her out, help her out.
What is it?
Help her out.
Is that Joe Powell?
Where's she at?
Oh.
Come on.
Look at this.
Come on.
Oh, there's a trick. There's a trick.
Is that Joe Powell?
That's not a Cobra's bag. James, there's a trick on it.
You're almost there.
Look at this.
There. Hold on. Oh, wait.
What's going on?
I think you got your prize. Feel around. Okay.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. It's on his knees.
And the crowd goes wild.
That is awesome.
What she say, CDK? What she say? What she say?
Okay, there's a question that he's just asked her.
What she say? I'm not gonna give a long speech, but Shamaria, Shantae Lundley, will you marry me?
Absolutely what you said. Look at the whole team out there. Look at the entire team. I love it. I love it.
James, it doesn't get any more romantic than that for you, does it?
That's pretty awesome. That is pretty awesome.
Keep putting the ring on.
Look at Coach Green there.
She said yes.
She said yes.
Arena football, man, it's got it all.
Hey, you think that put some pressure on him to have all those good plays in the first half? No, he was going to propose marriage.
He played his butt off in that first half. I think he knew that was coming up. He's probably a little nervous, we think. Can't wait to talk to him again. I want to ask him about this.
James, you should have known something was up with that convoluted game.
Yeah, that was weird, I thought. You know.
What a setup.
So, my question, does the friend still get the duffel bag?
I think they need to save that double bag for the next proposal. Just use that as a decoy for later in the season. Well, that was a nice moment.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
If anybody out there is, if there are any,
There's the ring.
please let us know if you're watching on YouTube Live. Any proposals, let us know. Might be a good time if you're in a long-term relationship at home. Might be a good time to pop the big question, everyone.
I may be naive, but I think the friend was in on this. I guess I got my question answered too, because she doesn't have a duffel bag in her hand.
All right, so what does that think, James, seeing that again?
That was amazing. I love the reaction that she gave. She had no idea, and Joe set that up so beautifully. And as you saw there, he was down on one knee. They pulled the mask away, and there was her man on his knee ready to propose.
So we talked about this a little bit last week. Joe Powell had a fantastic game last week, even ran back some kicks. So, and played with some maybe extra, do you think, James? A little extra pep in his step in the second half?
And I wonder, I always wondered if he was going to have a little bit more because he knew what was coming at halftime. He may have been one of the few who knew what was coming at halftime. But then certainly, for those who don't know, she did say yes.
Right. That would be a tough thing to play through and no answer.
That's right. I think B-Dot said it last week. He said that's the kind of thing that you ask the question kind of knowing the answer to. You know, you don't go in there blind doing something like that.
Right. Now, that's about as romantic as it gets for you, James, a wedding proposal on the football field. Is that right?
Well.
Or maybe your wife would not think that.
Probably not. She could probably think of a million other ways to do it, but I think it's pretty awesome, and I think Joe does too.
But, you know, I don't know if you knew this, and not to bother the fans too much with our personal stories, but I did get married in the off season, James.
Yes, sir.
And I went in before that. I went in with a blind proposal, so I just proposed. We hadn't even talked anything about it.
So you asked the question without knowing what the answer was.
Right. I think it's more exciting that way. And that at first she said, "Wait, are you kidding?" And then she said yes, fortunately. So
a word of advice to men out there in YouTube land: treat this like an attorney, like a lawyer. Do not ask a question that you don't already know the answer to. It's just my 2 cents. Don't ask a question you don't already know the answer to. So
you take the legal side of that.
Just like an attorney, you got to know the answer, or at least know like 60-40, 70-30, you know.
To at least have
to quote Seinfeld, that's a pretty big matzo ball hanging out there.
Well, and you had a chance to talk to Joe tonight, is that right?
I did. I asked Joe how he was feeling about tonight's game. Of course, he's excited. He's pumped up. And I asked him about last week's halftime event, and he was excited about it, but didn't quite have a quote for me. He said, "Oh, yeah, it was amazing." But I think Joe was a little more focused on tonight's activities.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of tonight's activities, we want to show you another video. Just if you missed last week's game, our friend Seth, he put together a little video package of some of the best moments, a highlight of some of the best moments from last week's game. We're going to play that for you right now.
Consecutive plays, those Predators in the back end have really stayed tight to the Cobra receivers. We'll see if someone can get open here.
Dropping back, pumps once. Someone tried to get loose in the end zone. Baines got him. He's got him right into the board. Touchdown. That's Kendrick Ings again, James.
Kendrick Ings makes been running an unbalanced.
Cato back.
Pressure.
He's down.
Too good. Too good.
What did you see on that pass rush?
Too good. Larry Ford coming off the edge.
Motion man Myers. Bain drops back. Pressure's on. Bain trying to duck out of it. Did a good job of holding on to that football, but he couldn't get loose.
There's the first pressure we see from the Predators coming off the edge.
Shotgun. Cato gets it. Pocket collapsing. Two guys after him. Cato throwing for the end zone.
Picked off.
Cobra in position for an intercepted. It's intercepted.
Javante Long got him, and I'll tell you what.
He was tracking that ball, James.
I saw it while I was in the air.
Rolling on the field is an interception.
Motion man Ings. Bain trying to send him. Bain drops back. Bain finds a little space, goes downfield. He finds James Summers. Summers just lost that ball.
Summers took a wicked hit.
Yeah, he got in between those two defenders, lost that football.
Delvon Randall.
But this is returnable. Who do the Cobras have back there, James?
That's Joe Powell back there. I tell you what, no punts. However, a missed field goal is a punt.
He's got some space, this Powell. Moving to the side, leaps over one hand. Predators there to meet him at about half field, but he got about 20. Down at the 2, first and goal. Bain with a handoff right up the middle.
Big fella.
And he's got some good blocking. James, tell us what you see on this replay.
I see the big boys up.
Snap ready. Ball short. Kicks it up. And what's the call down there?
That's no good. That came off to the right. And again, like you said, adventure.
If that is him, he's made a lot of good plays for the Cobras over the years.
Mr. Laughing House, yes, sir. Thank you for tuning in.
Here is the kick, in no danger of getting through the uprights. Returnable by Joe Powell.
Coming from the goal line. Great return once again.
That field goal is no good. Second down here for the Cobras.
Evans the motion man now. Might get another shot at it. Ball going deep. It's in there. Touchdown! Touchdown!
They are calling it out of bounds. They're calling that out of bounds. We'll see if Coach Rez challenges that.
The ruling on the field will be reversed.
Yes, sir.
Receiver had 1 foot in bounds on the catch, maintaining the football. Touchdown.
If you're a receiver, would you rather catch it? Last week, they played the brand new San Antonio Gunslinger team. Cato with a pitch back. Cobras trying to close. He gets a few yards and he's loose. Looks like he may have gotten knocked down at the 1 yard line into the board.
They called that a touchdown. Excellent play there.
Trying to get this lead down to 13. Ball bounce. Kicker's going to throw.
We saw that in the pregame warm-ups, Tom. They were having some difficulty with that snap.
Sin Smith. There's your handoff, James. He's got some space.
Got him.
Touchdown.
Love it. I love it because you put the ball in the hands of your big fellas up front.
Up last half. Keep the Predators out of the end zone. Cato back. Moving in the pocket. Throws across the middle. Touchdown.
Good little flick of the wrist. There was a little bit of a zone set up for the Cobras there, and he just, well, I think it was pretty obvious they wanted to get the ball out of Cato's hands pretty quickly, not allow that Cobras defensive pressure to get to him.
No good. A little wide to the left.
It's big, keeps it 50. Such leg drive as we saw in the first half.
Bain has scored with his feet a couple times this season.
Summers walks in.
He was really untouched there. Do you see that speed?
However, Cobras are sticking to the game plan, keeping it in front of them. And you see, as you mentioned, the clock is...
Cato going deep. Little miscommunication.
And that's an incomplete pass.
Bain back. He's going to throw. He's got a man right down there for a touchdown. He hit his running back.
You've got to love that play design.
Zach Brown. It's now a 29-point deficit for the Predators. Sending their motion man in. Handoff. Looks like straight up the middle. Finds some space. Touchdown.
Touchdown.
Fuentes coming up for 2. Cato under center. Drops back. Throws for the end zone.
Oh, excellent route.
Nice reach there again. Outlaw.
We used to call it a smash.
They have planned. In the backfield is Micah Robinson again. That's a
there you go. Tom, you're asking for it all night. There it is.
You see the push he got from Robinson from behind?
Those big guys up front. Can't say enough.
Predators have been very good here from the 1. Fakes the pitch back. He's got a lineman open.
Big fella.
Nice hands.
James get at least a yard. Got to be moving forward to keep that clock running, but is that the matter of the 2 points?
Cato, he's in trouble. He's going backwards.
Wow.
And he just gets rid of it.
I think that is
deep into the deeper meanings of that song, but I'm glad you went that way with it. There we go. Summers almost
close.
Down there. He was trying for it.
He wants that so bad.
He wanted another foot. Is that something you would do? Go stay at the YMCA?
No, I would not. However, I was looking at a friend of mine, Red, who's listening tonight. Hey, Red, a friend of mine and I, we go to New York and we like to travel and just see the sights and be tourists. And Red's the only one that'll put up with me being a tourist in New York. So thanks, Red. But I'm looking at hotels and everything, and we like to stay at a hotel that's right near Madison Square Garden. But there is, you can stay at the YMCA.
Very economical.
It is.
And a lot of good hotels here in Greensboro if you want to come on in for the Sharks game.
Sharks will be in 7 days.
All right, welcome back here to the Carolina Cobras pregame show. Jacksonville Sharks are in town. This is Tom Lipscomb here with the coach James Brown. And we're joined by Matt Coe. Matt, you saw a little bit of those highlights. One thing I'm noticing that I didn't see before, well, I didn't see at the time, was that nice pinning combination. Ziegler, the former center for the Jacksonville Sharks, pinning Brown as he scored that touchdown. Pretty nifty end zone celebration. So, James, what did you think of last week?
I loved the pinning combination. He got the 1-2-3 after he got the score. And, of course, this is a historic building for wrestling and the WWE. So that was apropos. Oh, we see Spider-Man on the field and Wonder Woman, it looks like.
That's a good time to point out this is superhero and education night here at the Greensboro Coliseum. Coliseum, a chance to appreciate our teachers and also celebrate some of the superheroes. Matt Coe's here. Matt, do you have a favorite superhero?
My favorite superhero, it is definitely Spider-Man, so I'm happy to see him on the field right now. I don't know if you guys watched the newest Spider-Man, but that was awesome.
And then James has got a young boy, little Rhett, not so little anymore. So he must be watching a lot of superhero movies. What's your favorite, James?
He loves them. My superhero favorites vary. I always grew up, believe it or not, a little bit out of left field, is the Brown Hornet. You know who the Brown Hornet is?
I'm not as familiar with him.
The Brown Hornet was a superhero on Fat Albert and the Cosby Kid. You may not recognize him, but he was always my favorite, the Brown Hornet.
And I really like the old Adam West Batman series. You remember those? Well, so you're going to see a lot tonight, a lot of surprises. And one of the surprises last week was Petey Pablo.
Petey Pablo was in the building. So if you were live in the Coliseum, you saw a bunch of people take their shirt off, whip them around their head like a helicopter.
In a few moments, we're going to show you some highlights from that. But I just want to ask Matt. Matt, what struck you last week? What did you think were the keys to some of the game last week?
I think it's more so a tale of the season so far. Right now, the Cobras, in terms of points scored against their defense, they're only giving up 38 points a game. That's #1 defense in the league. I'd go on record to say that the Sharks team is really underrated, and I think that they're going to really punch the Cobras in the mouth because this offense is stagnant. They have a couple of guys, some high-profile guys. Devin Wilson's a guy you really want to watch for. In my opinion, he's the best receiver in the league. I believe DJ Myers is right there with him, so it's going to be an offensive battle for sure. But you've got the best defense against one of the best offenses. Something's got to give, and I don't think enough people are talking about this matchup. Yeah, the Sharks, they've struggled this year, but they've lost by a combined 8 points in 2 games. They have been in every single game. They are a team that you don't want to take for granted because the quarterback, Malik Henry, if you folks at home are listening, you might remember him from Last Chance U, former quarterback. So he knows how to sling it. He's really talented. And I think the Cobras and Sharks is going to be a great one tonight.
It is. And you can see we've got Wonder Woman on hand also.
Yes, we do.
Do you remember that invisible helicopter? Is that probably... She had those. That was before the days of drones. She could fly around in that invisible helicopter.
That was Super Friends on Saturday morning. So absolutely, yes, I remember that invisible helicopter. It was an airplane, invisible airplane. It was pretty awesome.
So you were talking about the defense, Matt. I talked with Anson Yarborough, defensive coordinator, before the game, and he said they specifically built this roster with the idea of some players who could go both ways, play that Iron Man style of football, and I think they've certainly lived up to that. I'm thinking about the play of Brown last week in the fullback position, and also some key plays on defense. And one thing Coach Yarborough said is he wanted to really talk about Coach Burns, defensive line coach, and the general coach, Mike Green. He said that having those two has really brought energy into his defense. Now, I would have to add to that, he's putting all the credit on them, but a lot of that credit obviously has got to go to Coach Yarborough also for that.
Coach Yarborough was a heck of a defensive lineman in his day, and Coach Burns has this defensive line really performing early in the season, and I'm really excited about it. We noted last week how much pressure that Cato, the quarterback, got from the Cobras all night long. He was under duress all night long, and that goes directly to Coach Burns and that defensive line. But I think Coach Yarborough has got these guys playing at a top level. Coach Green in the back end, we noted a lot last week how they were keeping everything in front of them. Nothing deep, nothing cheap. That was the motto. And Matt, you noted that they are not giving up a lot of points. This defense is ready to play.
Yeah, and that's one thing that people don't really take into consideration with arena football. When you think arena football, is points on top of points. And for the fact that last week the Cobras were allowed, they only allowed 28 points, 26 points. That's unheard of in arena football.
Unheard of.
So the fact that they could do that, and they did it well. It wasn't a fluke. I mean, they were at the quarterback the entire game. I think Trey Long is probably the guy I would like to highlight. He's probably the captain of the defense, in my opinion. He's the glue. He already has 2 interceptions on the season. Also has a receiving touchdown. So he's not just a threat on defense. He can be used in the offense. Any situation, he's going to show up. Trey Long was a heck of a signing.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
They're testing the mic here at the Greensboro Coliseum as fans continue to file in, hoping that you can get your hot dogs and popcorn and get in your seats if you're on YouTube watching and you're anywhere in the Greensboro area. I know we've got a lot of Jacksonville Sharks fans on our YouTube live feed, and they're a great fan base. They follow their team. Some, I think, made the trip up, such as media director Steven Shatola, who we hope to hear from later in the broadcast.
Great, Steven's in the building.
If you are in Greensboro, you know, it's a rainy, I don't know, we haven't been out of the building in a while, but it's probably a rainy evening. Get in your car and come immediately to the Greensboro Coliseum with this beautiful weather-controlled arena. There's superheroes. There's going to be some great football. So do not miss any of this action by sitting at home if you could be here at the Greensboro Coliseum. Everywhere in Greensboro, as we know, Matt, is close to everywhere else.
Oh,
How
yeah.
long did it take you to get here?
Roughly 10 minutes. And honestly, it would take me less if it wasn't such bad weather outside. That's what's beautiful about arena football. It doesn't matter what's going on outside. It's what's going on inside. And I think tonight's going to be a really good time.
Yeah, we got Batman. Look at this. Boy, that is quite a collection of super. Are there any super villains here tonight?
You know, it's superhero night, and first, let's say that the biggest superheroes are the teachers that are also here tonight. And so we've got the teachers, and then we've got these guys who are superheroes in the movies.
Got a little DC Marvel mix-up. I don't know how much you guys are into Marvel and whatnot, but got a little cross stream going right now.
Which is the better one, Matt?
In my opinion, it's Marvel. I mean, you got the whole multiverse happening right now. Doctor Strange just came out. Spider-Man's awesome. Captain America. All those guys, I love them. But I will say, I did enjoy the recent Batman, but Christian Bale will forever be my Batman. I know you guys are probably Michael Keaton guys, right?
He was Superman, wasn't he? Was Michael Keaton Batman or Superman?
He's Batman.
DC, you got to give DC some credit too. You've got some really good Black Lightning. There's a new one out, Naomi, that I'm watching. And has anyone checked that out? That's pretty awesome. I like that show.
Now, see, I grew up a big Robin fan. I know a lot of people like to hate on Robin, but I like Robin. I grew up on Teen Titans, so I got the cool version of Robin.
Yeah.
But the Adam West Robin, not so cool. So I can understand why people aren't really fond of him too much.
Yeah, that was
Burt?
Yes.
His name is Burt.
Burt Reynolds?
Now, one of our fans from YouTube will send us that. But we're going too far back in time because right now, see, we have good live action right here 50 years from when that all was a big thing. We've got the Venom Honeys dance team making their way around the Coliseum. So when the Cobras score, they have a special song that we hear. Can you guys talk about that and how you feel when you hear that song?
It's an awesome song. It is Raise Up by Petey Pablo. Of course, it's famous for North Carolina, Petey being from right here in North Carolina. And every time the Cobras score, we play that jam. And last week, we had Petey in the building, live.
That's a North Carolina icon right there.
Icon.
That's a legend.
Well, listen, it so happens that I have one of my students, Francie, down in the scoreboard control room, and she has prepared some highlights from Petey Pablo's appearance last week. So let's take a look at that YouTube Live, and we'll be back. Man, we're getting closer and closer to kickoff. I can't wait. It's going to be a great game tonight. Tonight, Carolina Cobras against Jacksonville Sharks.
And now at this time, will you please help me in welcoming back out to the floor our 2022 Venom
friend of mine, Petey Pablo, in the building. Woo! Petey has a lot of new music out, as well as a concert coming up. Petey, give them the deets. How can they check you out?
I don't know what to do with my hands. What's happening? What's happening? Cobras, we're gonna do it again. Are y'all ready for us to do it all over again? Okay, this is my first time here, but this is definitely not my last time, and I want to thank each and every one that has came out tonight, and it's only going to get more intense from this point on. So everybody, let's put a round of applause to the beautiful girls and let them do what they do.
Make some noise one time for our Venom Honeys.
Woo! All right, Petey. Petey, come meet me in the middle real quick, man. Real quick, Cobra friends. If you was born and raised in North Carolina, stand up right now. If you was born and raised in North Carolina, you live in North Carolina, stand up right now. If you want a t-shirt, I'll rally your t-shirt right now. We got to give a thank you to Petey Pablo. This one for North Carolina. Throw your hands up, take your shirt off, twist it around your head, twist it like a helicopter. Do it one time for Petey Pablo.
Woo! There he is, James, Petey Pablo.
Petey, Petey.
Got a Cobras jersey on.
Thank you, Petey. Thank you, Petey. Thank you, Petey.
Bada boom, bada bam, bada bam. That's all right.
We are back here, pregame. Carolina Cobras getting ready to face off against the Jacksonville Sharks, who you just see coming out of the locker room. We joined here by Chandler Heidler. Chandler, you ready for some football?
Yes, sir. I'm glad to be back. The first week was a lot of fun. The Carolina Cobras came out. They got a big W against the Predators, 48-26. Things went really well for the Cobras last week. They got a bigger test this week against the Jacksonville Sharks. Their offense is a bit more efficient. They got some high-flying guys, Devin Wilson amongst them. So we'll see how it turns out tonight.
Okay, so I see you've got a notebook with you and a lot of writing, which we can't see here on YouTube Live. But your head was all in the stats last week.
Sorry.
So just real quick, what stats stuck out, and then what are you looking for tonight to continue?
So for last week, what really stuck out was the quarterback, Jonathan Bain. He played a clean game. He was efficient, threw 3 touchdown passes. He had no interceptions, no turnovers. The Carolina Cobras played turnover-free football last week, and I think that is key coming into this game as well. Playing the Sharks, you can't give them any extra opportunities right now. They're not in a position, where Devin Wilson can score any more points than he needs to.
Great. Well, thanks. And you come back and after the game and let us know how things went tonight.
Yes, sir.
Welcoming the Venom Honeys out to the field.
Ooh. What's happening, James?
We've got the Honeys preparing on midfield. Looks like their shirts say Marvel, is that right?
Well, that was Matt Coe's preference, right, Marvel?
He did say he preferred Marvel.
Chandler, you're Marvel or DC?
Marvel's got the big production value, right? They're the big screen, the big production. Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping everybody's so fashionable say you like Marvel. Wow, what a move. So kind of hoping, James, you would take the DC side.
I do like DC. DC's got some great. I feel like DC's a little more gritty, a little more relatable,
His superpowers, it's not really there. He's more of a human being, So it's kind of. I see what you're saying.
I tell you, there's some great athletes in that dance team.
You have to be on that team.
I really like that routine. They spread out, use the whole field on that one. More to come from the Venom Honeys later in the game. We're right back here in the Carolina Cobras pregame show. Appreciate all the people watching on YouTube Live, going into the hundreds now. More excitement coming up. James, you get a little bit of goosebumps when these lights come out here in the Coliseum?
Every time the lights go down.
2022 Carolina Cobras for the evening.
Just under 15 minutes before kickoff. Fans are filing in, Tom. No one in the Coliseum is wet. If you're outside in Greensboro, you may be getting wet, but inside here it's beautiful. Come on in.
I think we need to pay attention to Kendrick Ings here coming out the tunnel. Let's see if he runs into the Jacksonville Sharks team.
Fans on YouTube, they're playing a superhero video. See Coach Rez.
That looked like James Summers.
James Summers and Robert Downey Jr. in his role as Iron Man.
We'd love to see that again tonight.
Drive the Cobras to victory. The video in the Coliseum is over now. All the fans are watching toward the tunnel. And as we know, the Cobras have a tradition of coming in as a single unit. I believe last week the defense came out together. This week the offense will come together as a unit. We'll hear individual introductions for the defensive unit.
I said, are you ready? Well, welcome your Carolina Cobras!
Here comes the Cobras offense being led to the field by Wonder Woman, Batman, and Spider-Man.
Wearing number 15 at linebacker and wide receiver, Cobras Nation make some noise for DJ Myers.
DJ Myers on his way in.
Wearing number 7 at DB and wide receiver, make some noise for Trey Long. Wearing number 44, linebacker and fullback, make some noise for Zach Brown.
Huge game from Zach Brown last week. We'd look to see a duplicate tonight.
Hey, it's pretty cool seeing how many of these defensive players that come out and make those contributions on offense also.
Yeah. Robinson is a huge player. May not fill up the stat sheet, but he is huge.
Number 77 on the defensive line and offensive line, Walter Thomas.
Big Thomas. Big reason why the Cobras get so much pressure on opposing quarterback.
Well, it was great last week to see him pop up so quickly from that injury.
That's right. Several big hits from Stovall last week as well.
Wearing number 2, Bijan Robinson. Defensive specialist, wearing number 8, his name is Larry Ford.
Larry Ford had to rival for Defensive Player of the Week last week for the Cobras. Big hits from Ford, big pressures.
Wearing number 1, his name is Joe Powell.
The recently engaged Joe Powell, as we talked about in the pregame show.
Brings such energy to the field.
Boy, this song has got to fire you up.
Little friendly chatter down on the field. Zach Brown having a discussion. Damian May, the quarterback.
James, what does it mean when you have some players playing their old team?
Oh, it's huge. It is huge to play a team that you used to play for.
Michael was a former shipmate of one of Jacksonville's owners, Kevin Westfield. They served together in 1983 and Kevin brought Michael to many games here in Carolina. Michael always enjoyed the game and talked about ranking his son. The Cobras would like to say our defense condolences to Michael for his family and Twins. Thank you. Please rise and join Team Chaplain Terry Skipper in tonight's convocation.
If you would, pray with me, please. Our most wonderful Father in heaven, we thank you for all the blessings that you have given us. Father, we thank you for the soldiers, past and present, that you have kept us safe, or they have kept us safe, so that the gladiators can come out and enjoy doing the game they really love to do. Father, we ask you to be with the first responders, and we thank you, Father, for our team owner. Be with these players and keep them safe as they play tonight. This we pray in Jesus Christ. Amen.
Please remain standing, and let's welcome our Beach Music Hall of Fame, Carolina's lead singer, Angela Reginaldo, as she performs the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, where so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's play some football.
Beautiful as always, Mrs. Resignalo.
From the Catalinas.
It's time to see which end zone the Cobras will score in first. Please direct your attention to center field for tonight's coin toss and game ball delivery by Spider-Man and Wonder Woman.
Okay, superhero coin toss.
And Batman down there as well.
James, what is your strategy going into the coin toss?
It is, for me, it was always defer to the second half. Put your defense out there, see if you can get a stop, but you always want that ball going into the third quarter. So for me, I always like to defer.
The performance of the Cobras mean that you would defer this one, especially when your defense is playing strong?
I would, especially given the way the defense has played the last couple of weeks. Now, we know that Jacksonville's got a tremendous offense, but if you can get a stop to start the game, that's pretty big. I want to know if someone's going to flip it or if Spider-Man's going to use the web
to fling it with his web hand?
That's right.
What about heads or tails? Do you have a preference?
Tails never fail.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Mr. Ivy, your umpire. Jerry Wilson, your referee. Jacksonville, you're the visiting team. You'll call the coin toss. That's heads, tails, heads, tails. Spider-Man will have the luxury of flipping the coin tonight. Like you practice now. Call it. He called heads. The call is tails.
Tails never fail.
Carolina have won the toss, defer their option to the second half. Gentlemen, you want to receive the football, correct?
Now, folks, I had no prior knowledge that the coin was going to land on tails. I had no prior knowledge that we were going to defer. It's just the way to do it.
So far, James, you're calling a pretty accurate game. See if that continues. We appreciate all the fans joining us from YouTube Live. Hundreds of fans filing into YouTube. People still coming in to the arena. Not too late if you're in Greensboro. Get in your car or on your bike. Come immediately to the Greensboro Coliseum. Game's about to start. I don't know if any fans, a lot of people may be turning over on YouTube to YouTube from the Kentucky Derby, James.
Yes, and someone please give me an update on the Derby. I love the Derby, and I was not able to watch it today.
James is from the Louisville area.
I am from Louisville, Kentucky. West End is the best end.
He is here watching NAL football, talking about NAL football where he belongs, but he might want to know who won that Kentucky Derby. If anybody at home is multitasking with a couple of TVs on. You know, the new smart TVs make watching on YouTube Live so much more exciting, don't they? Does your TV at home get YouTube Live?
Absolutely. In fact, I watched this last week's game again on Sunday morning, and it was great. I thought you did a great job, Tom, last week.
Well, as you'll find out, James knows his football. And what I'm looking forward to James talking about some tonight is the line, defensive line, but he really loves looking at that offensive line. How's the offensive line been doing so far for the Cobras?
I'm like a broken record when you hear me talk football. Last week, Bain had so much time to deliver the ball. You almost have to have success when you have time like that, and you've got to give credit to those guys up front. I think the addition of Coach Dale Glossinger this year has really shored up that offensive line. Those guys are playing so very well.
Now, Jared on our YouTube stream wants us to keep an eye out for the penguin, making sure the arena, there's no penguin in the arena.
Got to make sure the penguin doesn't show. And definitely that Joker. Joker's got to stay away.
Now, is it the Riddler that has that laughing gas?
Yes.
We definitely don't want any of that in the arena. But so we're going to get a chance to see that Cobras defense quickly. Kicking strategy. So far, not one deuce yet in the National Arena League.
We had some inside scoop from TC Stevens this week. Matt was able to get us some information. TC is not a fan of this new NAL ball. It makes kicking the deuces a little more difficult.
Yeah, I was watching some of the kicks in pregame, and TC was getting some pretty good distance on that.
I think he could still make them. I don't know.
This will be interesting to see if it's just a calibration issue. Fans new to the National Arena League, if that ball goes through the uprights, it's 2 points for the kicking team. And there's a squib kick, fielded at the 10. Shark moves to the right, finds the spot down the middle, a great return all the way down to the 15-yard line.
Big Walter Thomas on the tackle. But that was a heck of a return there. Got the ball all the way to the 15-yard line.
Looked like Rob Jones on the return. Oh, it's almost picked.
And then caught. Oh, and still almost picked.
And he ripped it out.
It was picked.
He ripped it out. What you see on that replay.
And that's Cobra's ball. That's Cobra's ball.
I want you to see on that replay, Trevante Long never gave up. Receiver did a good job of getting that. Trevante Long ripped that down on the way up. Ripped that right out of his hands on the way down. Watch this. The ball's in. He's got it. Watch Trevante Long. Just ripped it out.
Never quit. Never quit. I'd be interested to see. There's the challenge. Right at the end, we saw that ball come loose.
The ruling on the field is a fumble recovered by Carolina. The previous play is under further review.
That's an interesting. I was wondering if they were going to challenge that. Right at the end, that ball did come loose. Did Long have it long enough for possession?
And the answer is yes. I had a good look at this one.
All right.
So he got that ball out. I would like you to ask Jim, our cameraman, this week if he got a good look at it.
Jim, what do you think? Cobra's ball? Cobra's ball? Did you get a good look at it?
Jim thinks it's a strip also.
Right at the end, as we were watching that replay, the ball come rolling out. So they have to rule. Well, understand the ruling on the field is a turnover. So they have to find indisputable evidence. Otherwise, I think Long did enough to maintain possession long enough to give the Cobras the ball there at the 10-yard line.
You know, some of our fans on YouTube Live see the knee down. So there's some differing opinions. The ultimate arbiter of this issue will be the referees. They're in right now in a nice dark area watching highlights of this, replays of this video.
Got to ask yourself, did the Sharks ever have possession?
After further review, the play will stand as called on the field. First down, Carolina.
Stand as called. That's important, Tom, because the ruling on the field was a turnover, and so they did not see enough to overturn the ruling on the field.
There was a real pileup of bodies at that point, James, so that makes it difficult, extra hard to overturn something like that.
And once again, I had no prior knowledge that we'd get that stop on the first series. However, that's why you defer to the second half. Now you've got the advantage. Let's see if we can cash it in.
Jonathan Bain under center. You heard Chandler talking at the pregame show about the game he played last week, looking to pick up with that momentum. Throws a quick one out to the side to James Summers. James Summers makes about 4 extra yards on that play.
Excellent job there, a little smoke route. James gets it right now, takes it upfield, gets good yardage out to the 15-yard line.
So tell our fans, what's a smoke route?
That's just a right now. That's getting me the ball. There's smoke coming off that ball coming out of Bain's hands. It's normally a read pre-snap. If they're playing off, which they are playing here for 2 plays in a row now, it's always an option.
Bain drops back. He's got Ings across the middle, but he fakes it. Looks to be DJ Myers.
Great fake by Bain there. Good pump fake, and he catches Myers down the wall. No one stayed with Myers.
Did you see how Ings broke loose in the middle? He became so open, he almost set up that deeper play.
Ings draws a lot of attention, so when he broke over the middle, the defense had to respect it and jump on him. That's what opened up Myers on the wall.
What a football game so far.
Just a few plays in. One thing I do see a carryover from last week, great offensive line play by the Cobras.
Just visually, what do you see from the size of those offensive linemen?
So much bigger than the Sharks, just looking. I don't have any statistics right now, but they just look bigger.
Whistle.
We need someone from field maintenance to come to the field, please.
James, do you know anything about football field maintenance?
Well, I tell you, as an owner of a semi-pro football team, you got to do it all. I had plenty and many a Saturday where I was painting lines on the field. I'm filling in holes. And but here in the Coliseum, no, sir, they have got an expert team that takes care of that.
And you're a little far away to get down there in time to be of any help.
Yeah.
Hey, so talk about the surface. You played indoor football before.
Yes, sir.
You played arena here at the Greensboro Coliseum. What is the field surface like?
Hard and very hard on your knees. I've got a friend here tonight. Ian Kerwin is here. Ian played here arena football. He was a center here for a while. Ian and I kind of laugh about the toll it takes on your legs and on your knees. It's something you have to get used to.
How has the technology changed over the years since you played to now? You think they've come up with material that makes it a little bit?
Well, you know, we get the opportunity in the National Arena League to go down on the field after each game, and so it does. It feels a lot better. My old man knees feel better than they did as a youngster when I played down on that field.
So a lot of our fans will be down on that very field after the game for the post-game autograph session. Here's CDK.
Amazing. I go by the name of Party Boy. We're going to have a good time today. Cobra Nation, let's do it.
James, CDK, a North Carolina A&T graduate, went to your alma mater.
Aggie Pride.
After the maintenance, first and 10 here.
B-Dot says after the maintenance. First and 10. Back goes Bain. Still, he's got plenty of time. He's throwing for the end zone. He's got a man right there at the 1-yard line.
James was not going to drop that ball. Great hands by James Summers. Give me this. Raise your arms, Mr. Official.
Now watch this here on replay. He looks like he initially is looking towards Ings. Then he points Summers. Did you notice that Bain made that motion to Summers to take his route the other way?
Bain had so much time. What they say back in the day, he had time to make a batch of cookies back there. That offensive line is playing so well.
Now here you've got a lot of options if you're the Cobras offense. See how close that ball is to the goal line. You've got QB sneak, you've got Zach Brown up the middle, and James Summers scored a touchdown from the motion man last week. DJ Myers is the motion man. It's just a sneak up front. Zach Brown with the push.
Bain gets it across.
He got just a little bit, but he didn't need that much. That's a touchdown, Bain.
That play, 6 points there for Bain. I'd like to give 3 of those points to Derek Ziegler, the center. Excellent push up front. Excellent push by the center, Derek Ziegler.
There you hear our touchdown song by Petey Pablo, who was here last week.
Love it when Petey plays in the Coliseum.
TC Stevens, hold down, kick up, good pressure. Stevens knocks it right down the middle, putting that score to 7-0. We're just about 4 minutes in, but this has been a very exciting game so far. The Cobras started with a big play on defense, ripped the ball out, caused a strip, and then Bain marks the Cobras right down there, put 7 points, 6 points on the board. TC Stevens adds an extra one. If you're the Cobras coaching staff, what are you thinking right now, James?
Right now, if I'm an offensive coach, I love the carryover from last week. Our offense is not slowed down. Our offensive line play is just as high as it was last week. And just visually, I'm looking out there and I think that my guys are bigger than your guys. And with the talent that we have on the field, I like our chances tonight.
Have you seen line play where the guys are bigger? Are they able to sort of get early intimidation? Do you compare that size with results?
Yes, absolutely. Intimidation is a huge factor before the game because when you see guys bigger than you, then you know you've got to bring your A game. But when I played ball, I used to say at some point, you know, we've got talent, but at some point, my 350 pounds are going to beat your 200 and whatever. I'm no longer 350 pounds.
So let's see the kicking strategy this time from Stevens. Now, if you can get that ball to hit the turf and then bounce out, then bounce over the wall, that's your best chance for pinning them in.
And I think that's what the attempt was last time. That's where you want to do it because it's where it goes out of bounds. And so Stevens may be taking this kickoff to another level.
And we haven't seen an onside kick yet this season from the Cobras. There he's pinning that one deep. It's caught by a fan.
Great catch.
That's going to be out to the 20.
Kick out of bounds, Carolina. By rule, the ball be placed on the 20-yard line. First and 10.
And so that's the difference in the strategy. I think you're right, Tom. I think the first time they tried to kick the bouncer to get out of bounds and didn't work out. Sharks got the ball all the way down the 15-yard line. This time you just go ahead and put it out of bounds, give it to them at their own 20, and let your defense have the field work.
Well, you know, if he just angles that ball just another yard or two in there, he's put that returner in a difficult position.
Indeed. Something to think about. And I love the chess match with T.C. Stevens, such a vital weapon for the Cobras.
Malik Henry under center, drops back, rolling to his right, looking downfield. He's throwing for the end zone.
Intercepted.
Covered and intercepted.
Yes, sir.
Ruling on the field is a touchback. Ball be placed on the 5-yard line.
Now look, watch, if we can see on the
Carolina.
replay, watch Christopher Page close this play down.
Page does a great job of undercutting that. Once again, quarterback had to scramble because of pressure. Look at Page come underneath. As soon as he made the move underneath, you would think, hey, interception here.
That receiver is doing everything he can to rip that ball out on the way down. He held on to it. So 2 plays, 2 turnovers.
Gotta love it. Gotta love the way the Cobras have started tonight. Now let's see if the offense can cash it in again.
You know, that looked like a very solid pass when it went up, but man, he just closed on it so quickly.
Once again, ball was in the air for a long time, gave Page an opportunity to dial it up and decide, yes, I'm going to go for this interception. I'm going to undercut the receiver and go for the pick. Paid dividends early on.
Now the field position now is going to be starting at the 5.
Yes, sir.
So with the touchback, you have at least for the defense, they've got the Cobras offense in a disadvantageous position.
Tom, I learned from a wise partner of mine, that's just more room to get the touchdown, right?
So you're saying more room for the receivers?
That's it, just more room for the runs.
Outdoor football field, half field at the 25-yard line, 50 yards. And it's not rare to see a quarterback let loose on a long one here. Try to keep your defense honest even if you don't make the connection.
Conventional wisdom in football is when you have a turnover, you go for a big play. We'll see if the Cobras do that right here.
Bain drops back. There's your smoke route. They started that drive just like the other one. What'd you see on Summers' run?
That's big boy football right there from James Summers. He said, I'm catching this ball lower in my head and I'm getting this first down. And that's exactly what he did.
Summers, a very popular player here in the Greensboro area. Went to Page High School.
Played locally here at Page High School. Although
ECU,
my high school rival, James, is one of my favorite players here.
ECU, where he scored something like 5 touchdowns against my team, Virginia Tech, my college team. And he can do every position, including quarterback. Motion man Myers. Back goes Bain. He sees touchdown.
When you got the talent of a Bain back there behind the uber-talented Derek Ziegler.
Is that Lance Evans there, James?
Yes, sir. All he had to do was lay it up, and Evans, with his speed, gets behind the defense.
You say all he had to do is lay it up, but he laid that thing up perfectly.
Yeah, he only
the
had
coverage was not bad.
He only had to lay it up like 50 yards, but you know. There's a perfect example of all facets of your game working in sync. Your offensive line again gives Bain such time. Bain with the arm talent lays it out there, and then
every point counts, and it is T.C. Stevens adding that other one. He's been very strong on extra points so far this season.
Yes, he has.
So let's talk a little bit about the momentum. So if the Cobras can, they'd like to win this game early. I know there's the cliche, no lead is safe in arena football. But how do you win a game early?
This is a media timeout, 2-minute media timeout.
That's a difficult thing, especially in this league, in the National Arena League, because Let's look at it from the different vantage point.
Hold that thought, because I think I saw a football with a tail on it.
Oh, wow. Here we go.
You're trying to get the nerf ball between the uprights. 3 successful throws will earn a free.
Okay, we're going to bring our stats guy Chandler back on for the turbo toss.
So we're going to start from the 10.
Okay, last week we had a really good thrower. Now again, fans at home, these footballs have tails on them.
Hey, I recognize the guy throwing this ball here. That's an old teammate there.
It's a very casual throwing style, though.
That's the Ron Davis. He's a heck of a wide receiver.
Right.
I know him.
Did that one go in?
I think that one did go in.
You said that's Ron Davis?
Theron
Davis.
Did wide on that one.
Yeah, in fairness, it is very difficult to throw that football. Now, Chandler, did you have a football, one of these tailed footballs? This was not a thing when I was...
Yeah, growing up, dude, it was actually called like Nerf footballs. We actually used to have them a lot growing up. And they got a weird spin on them. They'll drift on you just like they did there. They drifted a bit from Davis.
Well, Chandler, what are you seeing so far in the game?
So far, we haven't seen a single third down from either team. The Jacksonville Sharks have had the ball twice. I think they're 2 for 2, but with 2 turnovers. So they got 2 plays, 2 quick turnovers. Trey Long had a nice play. Jonathan Bain is on fire. He has not had a ball at the ground.
This is what you said was going to happen.
Exactly. And that's what's got to happen if the Cobras want to come out here and win this game. Jonathan Bain just threw a beautiful 35-yard touchdown pass to Lance Evans. He's been on the money since the game started.
All right, so we're going to see this now, the third kickoff. This kick is deep to the back corner, and that's going to be a fan catch. And I believe they will return that to a nice usher, and they will get a replacement ball.
Kick out of bounds, Carolina.
But a nice catch.
I rule the ball be placed on the 20-yard line. 1st and 10, Jacksonville.
Sharks getting the ball back here. Let's see if they can actually, keep the football for once.
So they've had, what, 2 plays?
2 plays, 2 turnovers. Trey Long forced a fumble, fighting for the ball, and very next play that the Jacksonville Sharks, Malik Henry threw an interception, trying to go for a long touchdown pass.
And the quarterback mentality has to be what, James?
Well, it's difficult because you want to stay within your game plan this early in the game, but you're down 2 scores with
Smith
2
throws
turnovers.
It's a great catch.
Excellent catch.
That's his guy, Devin Wilson, right there on a big reception across the middle of the field. But Trey Long, he made him pay for it. He took a big shot there.
He did, but he hung on to the ball. Very good reason to celebrate there. I don't mind that at all. Hey, those Cobras want to let him know, though. It's not going to be just free sailing over the middle of this field tonight.
To get back up to the line of scrimmage quickly here.
Back Smith across, hits Davis again.
Another complete pass to number 1, Ron Clark.
Trey Long has been all over the field early for the Carolina Cobras. Another stop.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Devin Wilson, James.
Yeah.
Like, that's a big receiver with a big reach.
He is, and you can tell he's a go-to guy. So it's interesting to see, when you get down, you want to go to your money man.
I don't know if Malik
Motion man Solomon. Ball's to Solomon, just out of reach.
Got some laundry on the field.
Wow, they were called contact there? I thought the offensive player may have pushed off there, calling the holding. He ran a corner route, which is a good route. You stick your foot in the ground and you head over to the corner.
Holding. Defense. Number 7. 10-yard penalty from the previous play. Automatic first down.
So that's better than the alternative, right? If you're a defensive back?
Well, the corner against the wall here was dropping back. I think if the ball was in play, it may have been intercepted again. So probably didn't need to do that. I didn't know if there was enough there to warrant a flag, but that's why I'm up here with you and not down there in stripes, right?
So now Sharks looking to strike here. Ball down at the 7-yard line with the first and goal opportunity.
I think that was the first play that Henry looked somewhere else than Devin Wilson. He's got the big body. Let's see if he goes here in the red zone.
Wilson in the slot.
Back throws. There's your smoke route. Boy, Rob Jones struggled to pull that in, but he got his handle on it, and then got him a couple of yards down to about 3 or 4 yard line.
Well, looks like they're putting it right at the 5. Stovall pinned him up against the wall right there, wouldn't let him get any more.
Stovall came in at the end of the game last week, and he made some nice plays.
Yes, he did.
Cobras, so it's good to see him back out there again today and seeing him getting in the early action.
Jacksonville has to feel the need to get points right here. I don't think they can come away with a third empty possession.
Malik Smith back, throws across, tipped, and what was that?
Play.
No, that flag's going to get picked up because the ball was tipped by Evans underneath.
Yeah, he touched that pass before, I think.
They'll pick it up right here.
Oh, yeah.
Holding, Carolina, number 7. After this is to the goal, automatic first down.
That ball was tipped, and you can see Coach Rez come all the way out onto the field. He is not happy with that.
They're saying the holding happened before the tip.
Yeah, I disagree completely with that play. Evans with a great play underneath, tipped that ball. And you had your back judge who has to make the call, but I think your side judge needs to come and call him, wave him off with that tip.
Sets up first and goal here for the Sharks.
Malik Henry, another first and goal opportunity. It's a pitch back.
Great tackle.
Man, there's
Zach Brown
showing up again.
Now we've got a little skirmish on the field, a flag
got
down.
Some laundry here. We may have Jack out of the box when the back kind of slid out to the right. Let's see if we got Jack out of the box. I saw that pre-snap. I was hoping that wasn't the case.
I don't think we saw a legal defense in the entire game last week.
I think this call.
Illegal defense, number 21, out of the box. After this, automatic first down.
You can break that down a little bit for the fans on YouTube
Well,
Live.
you saw Jacksonville Sharks kind of push their running back out a little bit, and he was just outside of the lineman, and so conversely, the linebacker moves out with him, but he was just outside of the box there, and I was fearful of that. Great tackle, though, by Zach Brown.
He continues to make great plays on both sides of the ball.
Sharks moving that ball closer to the goal line by penalty so far. Cobras defense becoming more difficult. I think he did not get there.
I don't think they're going to give that one to him. Great job up
So
front.
the little blast up the middle did not get there.
He inched the ball closer, but boy, that was close.
Looks like about a credit card's distance between the goal line and that where they're spotting that football.
You know, it would have been so easy for the Cobras to just concede the points here, but they are fighting for every inch. You gotta love that.
Looks like less than an inch. Henry back. Henry sneaks. There's a push. Looks like he got over. Another fight down in the end zone.
That's Rob Jones again involved with the Jacksonville Sharks.
I tell you what, this official's thrown his flag more than anyone else.
Yeah, I think that's 5 penalties.
I think he needs to settle down a little bit, settle into this game.
After the play, dead ball, personal foul, 21, personal foul, 13. They were all set. That is one for both players.
So 2 you're ejected?
Yeah. And that was, if you're going to call anything offset there, I'd like to see him just step in as men and say, all right, guys, go back to your side. But
so the goal there with that offsetting penalty doesn't affect the gameplay, but it affects them if that second
touchdown
one hits.
was good.
That's exactly right. And so as a player, you have to know that. You have to know that you can't get into those little skirmishes anymore.
New kicker. That's Cody Barber in from Arizona this week. And so far, he is 1 for 1 on extra points. He's replacing the longtime kicker for the Sharks, Bear. And Bear, I believe, has retired or he left after last week. He ended up earlier missing an extra point in overtime, which ended up
very costly,
being costly to that outcome of the game.
I'm here smiling because, oh, here we go again. These are rivals.
Unsportsmanlike, Carolina, number 44. That penalty will be banked.
These are rivals, and they're going to be, you're going to get this after every play. The official had to call that one because Zach Brown, in his zealousness, had his helmet off. And that's why he had to call that unsportsmanlike taunting here.
Now, Coach Rez does not look very happy either.
Coach is going to take up for his guys. He's wanting to see the calls go both sides of the ball, but Zach had his helmet off, and there's just not an excuse for that. Still hadn't put his helmet on.
Yeah, things are getting a little spicy here at the Greensboro Coliseum.
That's what happens with rivals. I was going to say before that penalty, I'm just sitting here smiling because you're seeing the pushing, the shoving, the talking, and that's football, man. That's the part that you love.
So the referee mentioned that there's a penalty in the bank. Now,
yes, sir.
Unlike a regular bank account, you can't use it or get it whenever you want. But this penalty will be assessed depending on the outcome of this play.
That's exactly right. And so if this play results in a touchdown, it'll stay in the bank.
So let's see, this is our first chance to get to see Cody Barber kick off. Yet to see a deuce in the National Arena League. See if Cody Barber goes for it here. It's an onside kick, and it's recovered.
Not a bad play there because you do have the penalty in the bank. However, that sets up the Cobras for a really nice field position for an offense that hasn't been stopped yet tonight.
That looked like Ames. Was that Ames with the recovery?
Yes, it was.
So, boy, he kept his cool on that.
And that's just the way you talk. Make sure the ball's kicked. You've got to see the foot hit the ball before you turn and run. You've got to see that. If you turn and run early thinking it's going to get kicked, that's when it bites you in the butt. So great job by Ames.
There was a 10-yard penalty bank. Carolina, 10-yard penalty, first down.
So that does open you up a little bit. It opens up your routes a little bit. James, that's not the worst thing in the world, is it?
That's exactly right, Tom.
First down on the way to the end zone.
That's the glass half full view of it.
See Trevante Long out on the field. Big number 88, Lance Evans, who scored the last touchdown, is going to be the motion man, going in motion again. Coming across. Ooh, he was stripped on the route.
And now we're not going to throw the penalty.
Out of all the ones we're not going to throw the flag on, we missed that one.
So that timing was key as to whether that penalty was called. The ref is saying the ball was already over his head.
I think they're calling that incidental contact, which the feet did get tangled up.
But you can kind of incidentally tangle feet on purpose, can't you, James?
That's difficult to do. You know, I've always been in favor of less penalties, so, you know, I understand that. I'm not too upset.
Cobras not so happy about that, but that's going to bring up second down. Lance back in motion. There's a little pass out to the side. Ings is trying to make his way. Makes about 4 or 5 yards.
Trevante Long.
Sorry, that was Long.
Long tried to give him the old okey doke, put a little move on him, but he wasn't able to get there. Brings him close, though.
We got a 3rd and 7 coming up for the Cobras. I think it's the first third down they faced all game.
You know, big guys moving in storage does the first downs, James?
Yes, sir.
And we get to see that cool graphic of that moving truck come in. But like Chandler points out, there hadn't been a first down yet. Back goes Bain. He's throwing for Lance again, overshoots him.
That's got to be a penalty. He planted Bain in the backfield. I disagree.
That's going to bring up 4th down.
Fourth down, I think you have full confidence in your offense. You go for it here. I think we're kind of in rotation mode right now as we see some different big guys up front. We're seeing some different skill position guys out there right now. Adam Smith's in the game.
Haven't seen much of Kendrick Ings on the offensive side of the ball yet today.
Offense has been so explosive. Got Long and Smith out there with Evans as the 3 receivers.
Big moment in the game coming up, 4th and 6. Bain drops back, throws across, and caught.
Excellent hands by Evans.
He kind of bobbled that one, but he hauls it back in. I think that's enough to pick up the first down for the Cobras.
Did that play look like it was about to be a drop?
That was a laser from Bain. Look at that pass. Evans caught it twice.
Yeah, he stuck that right on his body.
There, I don't know if you are in the arena or not, but you're seeing that big guys moving in storage, 1st down, and that's the first one of the game. Is that right, Chandler?
Yes, sir. That'll be the first 4th down conversion for the Carolina Cobras.
Turn it up, Zach. Ho, 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 he almost broke it.
What a cut from the big man there to get upfield. Looks like we got a couple Sharks banged up down there.
Do you think Zach Brown was wanting another shot at that end zone?
I think he is. I think you could tell by that run right there that that's exactly what he wanted. Zach Brown's such a dynamic player, both offensively and defensively for the Cobras.
We talked a little bit in the pregame show. James Fuller, former head coach of the Jacksonville Sharks, worked as an assistant under Sia Burley, then was head coach, then Sia Burley is back. So, you know James Fuller would like to win this game.
James certainly would like to win this game. There's several players who would like to win this game. James is calling an excellent game so far, putting up big points early. Love to see a field and getting enough for a first down there for the Sharks, bringing up first down and 10 at their own 16-yard line.
Malik Henry taking the Sharks out of harm's way. Got a little room to work with. Henry drops back. No, it's a handoff right up the middle. Cobra's there, but not after he gets about 2 or 3 yards.
Number 77, Walter Thomas on the lead tackle.
Looked like Quavon Hicks got the handoff. Quick handoff, almost like a fullback trap if you're used to outdoor ball.
Dead ball, personal foul, number 44, unnecessary roughness. Half distance to the goal, replay, first down.
Akeel White for the Sharks picks up the personal foul. That was big. That was a dead ball foul, so the down should count. Should be second down and all of these yards. We'll see if they flip the box here.
All right, and James, our audience on YouTube Live is back. So they're able to see what's going on here. You're just joining us, 70-7 Cobras over the Sharks. Cobras will get the ball after halftime. Malik Smith drops back. Looked like maybe a hold.
Oh my.
He's gonna make something out of that play on his feet, but it looked like a hold along the side.
Yeah, he tackled him there because he's beat around the outside. I think it was Ford again.
Holding, number 44, offense. Half distance to the goal. Replay, first down.
I'm wondering why that isn't second down. I thought that was a dead ball penalty on number 44, White. And I think they just changed the box.
Yeah, if you're looking at the down marker, James, looking at our side crew, they've got the number 2
Yeah,
flag.
they've gone to second down now. The official was repeat first down, but I think that should be second down, as the penalty on first down was a dead ball penalty, which meant the down did count. Now they flipped it back to first.
Well, the down marker says first now, James, so that's what I think they're going with. Malik Smith back, throws out.
Great catch.
Joe Powell trying to steal that one from him.
That's why Devin Wilson is considered the best receiver in the league. Did you see him jump back and snatch that ball out of the air? Watch this replay. Look at him snatch that ball out of the air under duress and hang on.
Another flag down. Been a lot of flags today, haven't there? Let's hear what this one is.
Dead ball, unsportsmanlike, offense, number 1. Half the distance to the goal, second down.
There's yet another dead ball foul, but again, the dead ball fouls are supposed to mean that the down counts. We'll put a pin in this one here. I think it should be third down. They're going with second.
They're moving on back. And that negates the good work there of the Malik Smith pass. Looking at now coming to about 11 and a half minutes left to go in this second quarter.
Second and long here for the Sharks.
Malik Smith drops back.
Wilson wide open over the middle, but
he's got it. Back to the original line of scrimmage, and he runs for about 6 or 7 more.
Pass is complete to number 2, Josh Jenkins.
Great hustle.
Gonna set up third down.
Miles Kelly with the reception.
And that sets up a fairly short third down play. Here's 3rd and 5 now. Motion man Miles Kelly. Malik Smith sends him and drops back. Throws across. Cobras got there a little bit early. They're going to call that one, I believe, on Ings.
Pass interference. Defense, number 17. 10-yard penalty, automatic first down.
The Sharks did a really good job overcoming that 22-yard deficit in the middle of that drive.
Defensive pass interference called against the Cobras.
Once again, the officials, how do you say this? Keeping drives alive for the Sharks here for a second straight season.
Motion man this time, Devin Wilson. Malik Henry under center, sending Wilson. Henry drops back, throws a quick one out, nothing there.
Surprised there's not anything there. There was a Cobra all over the receiver, but it was behind the line of scrimmage, and so no harm, no foul.
Looked like they were trying to set up a block there, right?
Yeah, that was a little screen, a little bit of an inside screen with the receiver coming out the block, but great job getting in his hip pocket and staying with him, avoiding that block.
Sorry, that's Malik Henry. James, I've been calling him Malik Smith. It's Malik Henry there, mounting a drive here, trying to get the Sharks into the end zone.
Wilson in motion. He's so dangerous.
Henry drops back, throws across, caught.
Turf monster guy.
Naquan Murray. If you're a Sharks fan, you got to be pretty happy with this drive.
Big third down coming up, 3rd and 3. A little longer than 3. We'll see. Again, it's got to be a daunting sight to see Devin Wilson, such a dynamic receiver, coming at you full speed in motion. He can go in so many different ways.
Third down here for the Sharks.
Motion man Wilson.
You can make some noise, Cobras Nation.
Henry drops back, throws out to the side, caught. Hauls it in, the ball bounced out, but I think the referee is saying he hit the boards first.
Big hit by Joe Powell. Thought he knocked the ball loose, but they're going to say that he kept possession.
Pass is complete to number 2, Miles Kelly, and it is enough to move the
We'll see it on the replay here, James.
First and goal here for the
Hauls
Sharks.
it in. On his way down, the ball hits right against that
Never
board.
secured that, and there goes the red flag. Josh, Coach Resignalo all over that. I don't see where you can maintain
The previous play
possession.
was ruled a catch on the field. Coaches challenging incomplete pass. Previous play is under further review.
Big challenge here.
It is, because that would bring up 4th down.
The Cobras challenge the catch.
I think Coach is saying that he never brought it in to establish possession.
Boy, if you look at that, man, Joe Powell really stayed with that tackle.
If you want a t-shirt, you gotta prove it. We need you on your feet.
One thing we're seeing, Tom, Sharks are doing such a good job of putting pressure on the Cobras defense by putting Devin Wilson as the motion man. As I said, that is such a sight to see, where Devin Wilson's coming at you full speed. But what they're doing is they're using him as a decoy, and they're throwing to the guys other than Devin Wilson. Excellent strategy by the Sharks.
This arena is being peppered with t-shirts right now, James.
We need you loud if you want a t-shirt now. Who wants a t-shirt? We need you loud if you want a t-shirt. I want to see you waving your hands. I want to see you waving your hands. Jumping up and down. Who wants a t-shirt?
There's a Tennessee Titans fan.
How about that? Is that a Steve McNair jersey?
All right, we've been joined now by Chandler.
Thank you, Chandler, for taking care of that little technical issue we had there.
Hey, man, I'm getting my cardio in today.
That's right.
Chandler, by any chance, you keeping track of penalties?
Yes, actually I am.
After further review, play stands is called on field. First and goal.
The Carolina Cobras right now, we've got a couple penalties on Trey Long. Some of those are kind of ticky-tacky. He's one down here in the end zone. He's got two holding penalties. And there was an illegal defensive penalty earlier on Stovall. And we got a couple personal foul penalties on Stovall. He got his first. And
Carolina is charged with their first time out of the half.
So we've got one offsetting penalty between the two, but other than that, it's really leaning towards the Carolina Cobras right now.
So, looks like the ruling there, James, you thought that was going to go incomplete, but it looks like they're calling him down against the board.
Well, they said that it stood as called, so that means they didn't see enough to overturn. They did not confirm the catch, so it was questionable.
All right, Malik Henry under center. Little pitch back.
Zach
Cobras
Brown.
are there.
And Zach Brown.
Zach Brown made the highlight reel last week on a similar play, penetrating the backfield.
This is Zach Brown right here at his finest. I tell you what that looked like to me was Gray Lewis. Did you see him scrape down the line? Kudos to the big boys up front, keeping the lineman off of your backer, letting him scrape to make the play. But that's how you get to the outside and stop a run. Beautiful play by Zach Brown.
It's second and goal. You can get loud.
Motion man Solomon. Henry under center. Henry takes it back, just throws it right out, just trying to hit Solomon. Hit a fan instead. That brings up another critical third down.
And Tom, the field is condensed. They've only got 14 yards to work with. That's a 10-yard end zone and 4 yards of play.
Great looking fan catch on that play. The reason fans get out here to this Coliseum, you might find yourself with a souvenir. Malik Henry under center. Bunched up at the line, drops back. Throwing, it's blocked right there, right at the line.
Beautiful job, Ford. I've got a penalty flag. I wonder if it's another jack out of the box there. Umpire made the call, and that's usually what he's going to call there, especially with a flare pass from your back.
Illegal defense. Number 17, stationary in the box. At the distance to the goal, automatic first down.
That's the worst thing for the Cobras defense, is that automatic first down.
Automatic first down, because Ford made an excellent play to get up and bat the ball down.
This drive eating up a lot of the second quarter right now, as we're down to almost 6 minutes remaining in the first half.
Once again, Cobras defense stout, more than a quarter and a half, and they've only given up 7 points to this point. There's a penalty, a challenge flag once again on the illegal defense, and Coach Rez was pleading his point to no avail, so now he's going to ask him to take a look at it.
This should be the end of Coach's challenges for the half. Is that right, James?
I believe
he makes
that's
it,
correct.
Makes it, he gets one back.
The coach is challenging the previous play of illegal defense.
Huge challenge there, because that's the difference between fourth down and first down.
So here the refs will be able to freeze it, slow it down, get a look at it.
Call was on Ings. I'd like to see what the call was.
Let's take a minute to recognize some hometown heroes right here on our own Cobras team. Adam Smith, a teacher at Wakefield High School.
All right,
Tyson Fernandez, a teacher, football, and baseball coach at Rocky River High School.
Love Big Fernandez up front.
Jordan Harris, a teacher at Eagles Landing High School.
Big Harris, love the big guys as teachers.
Larry Ford, team leader at Executive Education Academy Charter School. We'd like to say thank you guys for everything you do and helping educate all the students in your communities.
Those are the
Thank you,
superheroes
guys.
tonight, Tom.
That's neat to see so many players giving back. I know you had a chance to talk to Adam Smith's old coach recently.
I did, and very proud of Adam. And of course, Adam is a local product right here at Greensboro, Guilford College, the Quakers.
After further review, There were 3 defensive linemen in the box at the snap. Illegal defense. Coaches lost his second challenge and second time out of the half.
Ben's not very happy with that. But, you know, one thing, talking about these hometown heroes, one thing Coach is very focused on is not just coaching the players on football, but setting them up for their next mission in life.
He does, and he makes that a huge point in what he's doing here with the Cobras, and that's something, again, there's so much to be proud of Coach Rez about, but that's one of the biggest things is that he's not just coaching football, he's coaching life.
Still not happy about this call.
Look at the passion. Tom, I tell you what, you don't want to be a lineman on the wrong end of that passion when you've made a mistake and he's in your huddle. I know that all too well.
James, you played center for him, right?
Yes, sir.
Henry takes it himself. He's got a man deep in the end zone. Gets it.
Love that play design.
That's Solomon. They really set that up nicely by running.
There's a lot of misdirection there, too. You've seen a guy come across the line of scrimmage, and Malik Henry going the opposite side, and Cameron Solomon just kind of sneaking out there at the back of the end zone. He was wide open for an easy touchdown.
Sharks fans, your team has worked its way back in. Now it's a 17-14 ball game after coming on a 14-0 deficit. 17-14 pending the extra point.
Extra point attempt.
Which is no gimme. Notice how thin these uprights are.
And he missed it.
That spoke too soon, James. Nice penetration there and blocked by the Cobras.
Big Robinson got a paw on it. You mentioned, Tom, that this is a new kicker for the Sharks. I'm sure he's not liking seeing Big 98 in his grill when he's trying to kick that ball through his upright.
Media timeout, 2-minute timeout.
Coming in on about 5 minutes left in the second quarter. Cobras will get the ball, so time will start to become a factor in the next couple of drives.
As we mentioned at the top. We mentioned at the top, Tom, these are rivals, and that we expected a game just like this that we have right
now. Birthday people, Seth, Jackson, Heather, Stacy, happy birthday. You got a birthday coming up this summer. Where do you want to be, James?
Right here at the Greensboro Coliseum for Carolina Cobras football.
Sharks have done a pretty good job of working themselves back into the ball game. This is going to be kind of an important 5 minutes in this game.
Has this game went the way you guys thought it would have?
I thought that we were going to get a great ball game between two rivals, and I think that's what we're getting here. I was surprised a little bit that the Cobras jumped out to such a big lead early, but I knew it wasn't over until it was over.
And thinking about the season, it's a difference. Cobras win this, they're 3-0. Jacksonville would drop to 0-3. Then playoffs becomes harder to get to. Cobras need a win, but Sharks really, really need a win today. There's a low line drive kick.
Let's see it, Joe.
Joe Powell is going to pick it up, head out of the end zone. Runs into one man, gets loose, but he's going to lose another yard or two.
First and 10 for the Cobras.
That's pinned the Cobras deep on this drive.
Right here, you've got to rely on the big boys up front. I'd like to see another deep ball to Davis. What do you think? It worked early. I'm sorry, to Evans, Lance Evans.
He might have big factor early, Lance Evans.
We'll see if Jacksonville plays off, even though they're down here inside of the 5-yard line. They've got to respect the speed of the Cobras.
Bain under center, been on the bench a while. And Bain drops back. He's got a man, a little bit overshot Myers.
Not a flag on play.
But it is a souvenir for the game.
Now, while they decide this flag, you notice in the Coliseum, there's that lower row of
Illegal defense, 17. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot, automatic first down.
I don't think he might have established himself inside of where the linemen were, not giving enough daylight between he and the defensive line. That's where that illegal defense comes in.
Explain a little bit for the folks at home what you have to do with those linebackers in arena football.
You have to be, it has to be definitive. You can't be up in what is a blitz formation. You have to be back behind the line. There has to be daylight between you and the lineman in front of you. You can't be out of the box. There's several different interpretations of the illegal defense.
And the linebackers have different movements.
They do.
Here's Bain under center. It's a quick one out. Looks like Myers.
Great blocks there.
And that block you talked about sprung him for about an extra 3 or 4 yards.
Ings was engaged big time on his block, but then Trevante Long with an excellent block to help spring him. Look at that. Long, great block.
He didn't have much space there, Myers, but he took what he had, worked it into a short third down. Short second down.
Timing and repetition to get that
second
play
down
off.
after that penalty. It's like Ings out on one side in the slot. There's a handoff. Just bulls ahead for that 2 yards he needed, maybe one more.
Picked up that first down. I love another thing I'm seeing here is Cobras getting in and out of that huddle. We haven't had a threat of a delay at all today.
Clock ticking down to about 3 minutes.
Big boys, first down.
Halftime strategy will come into play here on this drive. You want to be the team with the ball last, right, James?
Absolutely, and especially knowing that our Cobras get the kickoff to start the third quarter.
Ings, the motion man, out to the side. Ball is to Ings. He catches it. No, I believe it's intercepted. Looked like Ings had it for a minute and was ripped out.
Absolutely wonderful play by Smith. Watch him come underneath once again and just take this ball out of Ings' hands. Oh, did the ball hit the ground? Did the ball hit the ground? Coach didn't have any challenges though.
Nice little defensive play there. Looked like Bain put that ball where it needed to be, but that defender just got him.
Yeah.
Good jump on it.
Maybe he could have led Ings to the wall a little more, but just a heck of a play by Smith to come up with that ball.
All right, Henry trying to put some points on the board here for the Sharks. Motion man, Devin Wilson again. Henry back, looks across the middle, finds a man open. Right down for about 12 yards. That was Rob Jones. Rob Jones has been somebody they've gone to several times today.
Yeah, he has. Early on it was Devin Wilson, but since then it seems like Rob Jones has been the guy for the Sharks. He's come up big. You know, that's another big reception. He got 2 minutes coming down in the second quarter in the first half. So we'll see if the Sharks can put one here, if the Cobras going to hold strong.
Under 2 minutes again here. Sharks have an opportunity to take the lead in this ball game. Quite a reversal of fortunes here in the last
motion man Solomon. Back goes Henry. Henry throwing deep. Cobras is, I was about to say, Cobra trying to get under it, but that ball just kept going.
Man, Malik Henry really missed an opportunity there. I got to be honest, Cameron Solomon was in his own area code over
wide open.
He was, he really didn't have to throw, put much onto that one. He kind of airmailed it.
Clock still moving, closer to 1 minute.
We got a Najee Harris fan out there with the football.
Yeah, I see that Pittsburgh Steeler. How do you get it here?
All right, fans ticking down. See if this play can get off before the 1 minute warning.
Second down here for the Sharks.
Henry back, throws a quick one out to the side. He's got some room. Looks like he's going to get what he needs for close to a first down. Ref looks like he's spotted a couple of yards.
1 minute warning. 1 minute timing rules are in effect. Jacksonville has 2 timeouts. Carolina has 1 timeout.
Once again, excellent job of using Wilson as the motion man, forcing the defense to keep an eye on him and freeing up some of the other guys along the wall. Excellent strategy here for the Sharks.
If you have a child, hold that child up, because we got the Simba cam.
Sharks facing a 3rd and short here, 3rd and 2. 57 seconds to go.
Now as we see the Simba cam. These babies look like they're enjoying the football. Now Simba, from what movie, guys? It's Simba. That's a harder lift, that bigger boy. But the ball's up.
Now that's good defense. That is really good defense. We talked about Wilson being the motion man. Cobras came up and challenged each of the receivers there, and he had nowhere to go with it.
Michael Robinson had some good pressure there too. He got in there. I think forced a quick throwaway there. We got 4th and 2 now for the Jacksonville Sharks.
It's a big play. If Cobras stop them here, they got a good chunk of time to get down there. Not much in the way of timeouts, but a good chunk of time. Fans in the Greensboro Coliseum getting on their feet for this. Big test right here for the Cobras defense. Henry under center. Wilson in motion. Henry drops back, throws to the side. Ball's caught.
Great catch.
Oh, man, that's a famous Aaron Rodgers back shoulder pass right there.
That was a great catch. He bobbled it a little bit, but he brought it in. Heck of a throw.
That's going to let the Sharks wind that clock or take that clock all the way down as low as they can go. The Sharks have timeouts left, but they're going to let that clock go. They might take their timeout here.
Once again, condensed field now, about 12 yards to work with. Not a whole lot, especially in arena ball when you've got, not only is the field half the length, but it's also half the width.
The runner was out of bounds by contact. Please put 41 seconds on the clock.
All right, which is probably not a bad thing for the Cobras. You know, if the Sharks get in, that leaves them a little bit of time to mount a short possession.
Knowing that if I'm the Sharks here on 1st down, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a run play.
You know, from those 2 challenges, Cobras down to 1 timeout. It seemed Cobras put 14 points up very quickly in this game, and now as we look up at the scoreboard, 17-13, Sharks have done a heck of a job getting back into this ball game. Handoff, finding some room, but it was shut down there. Looked like Jones got him just before he was able to squeeze in. Is that Zach Brown?
Zach Brown got him. Again, Zach Brown coming up big on the defensive side. But again, for the Sharks, it makes perfect sense. You run the ball, you run the clock, get a little yard closer. Plenty of time here, even though they're only 15 seconds.
But you don't want to use up all your time. It's like there you take their time with 8.8 seconds.
Jacksonville. This will be their 2nd of the half. This will be a 30-second timeout.
All right, Cobras deferred, so they'll be getting the ball. First, still trying to keep the Sharks out of the end zone. Sharks would love to go into halftime with the lead. And they're about a yard away from that.
This is a big play for the Cobras.
We talked about the records. Jacksonville played 2 very close games, came on the losing side of both of them. Cobras did well in their first 2 games, came out with a 2-0 record. Sharks desperately needing a win here today.
Yeah, I think the Sharks lost their first 2 games by a combined total of 8 points. So, I mean, both tough contests. Lost one in overtime for the last play of one extra point, really.
Henry, it's another handoff. Got some room there.
Penalty flag.
I think he may have got in on the run.
Offsides. Defense. That penalty is declined. He's also played touchdown.
Touchdown Sharks.
Well, if you're Jacksonville, that couldn't have worked out any better there. 4.7 seconds left on the clock, and you scored to take the lead right before half.
Puts Cody Barber in. He missed the last one, but he's trying to put him up by 3 here. Who was that got the block on that one, James?
I didn't see, but he came. It was right on the edge, and he came over.
You just saw an arm?
Wide open, yeah.
All right, fans, don't go anywhere at halftime. We're going to have our halftime show. Maybe we'll have a sighting of some superheroes. Talk a little bit about the first half. If you're in the Greensboro area, come on out here and get over to the Coliseum. Plenty of time to get here during halftime. Looks to be setting up for a fantastic finish.
Field, the runner was down short.
Okay, so that's big
now. The goal. We play first down.
That's big now, because now the points come off the board and you've got 4 seconds.
Correction, second down.
Down's not so important here because, so they're going to take the, are they going to take the yards, or what do they get closer to the end zone with the play or with the half the distance? Because they would look pretty close to the goal line.
I mean, that's a good question. I don't think
Come
it's
out.
really going to.
Jacksonville, on 3rd and 5.
I guess you just take the yardage because, I mean, you're right there. And I mean,
yeah, well,
you might rather have an
down
extra
doesn't matter.
Yeah. You're in a goal to go, so it's not like you got to get in. So.
Right.
Jacksonville
you got 4
is
seconds.
the runner down. Previous plays under further review.
Okay, so now Jacksonville is going to challenge, hoping for a touchdown.
Again, this is huge, and they need to get this right, because with 4 seconds left, Jacksonville can't afford to come away from here with 0.
You probably could drink it at this point.
Call on the field short of the goal. It's good to see where the refs are going. That's that.
Yeah, I had a chance to go down there. That's a really big screen. They're going to be able to see exactly what happened here.
And maybe we'll get a chance to see a replay. Now, Chandler, we got a chug cam here. The break.
I don't know if you finished it, though. I think we got to finish it up if we're going to get that far down. Oh, we got a Petey jug, though. And he finished it.
All right. That looks like a cold beer.
I want to see somebody crush a can on their head after they chug it. See if they can finish it off. Now we got another soda.
They're back. I'm not sure they picked up on the game. We're back in time to see it. Let's see, is the whole family going to take a chug?
It looks like it.
There we go.
This guy down here doing a tornado. Now he ended his.
There's a old school red Budweiser chug. Now, it's good. Go ahead and chug it, because James, a perfect time for that game, because you go right back into the concession area, get yourself another beer or
we
soda.
saw the one girl chugging, and then we saw that Pepsi come back. Pepsi's hard to chug like that, you know?
It's apparent the move is to refill the Pepsi, right? If it's a chug cam.
Yeah, it's getting a little late. Pepsi's got that sugar. I don't know. I think we switched to water at halftime there.
There you go. And the concession stand has plenty of both. Here come the refs.
After further review, the ruling on the field is a touchdown.
These challenges not going the Cobras' way so far. And that's going to put about 4 seconds and change here on the clock. So that's going to give the Cobras a play.
And they'll take advantage of that play. I mean, the kickoff, in all likelihood, will go out of bounds. So the Cobras may have a shot from the 20. We'll see.
Cody Barber trying to convert on this extra point. Snap back, hold down. It is down the middle.
And the extra point is good. Sharks 20.
Put Sharks up by 3.
17. And there's a banana.
We knew there'd be some fight out of these Sharks, so this isn't a shocker here.
Well, you asked Chandler if this was shaping up like we thought. Got spicy early, and then it looked like to be one of these games Cobras could take control of. But Sharks fought right back in there. Now they're in the driver's seat going into half.
Yeah, in the first half, it's really a tale of 2 quarters. Honestly, the Cobras came out hot, and they really owned the first quarter. But then the Sharks rebounded, and they come back and they put up, 20 points quick. Here we are now. The Sharks look like they're going to be up 3 heading into the half. So, I mean, really, I think in the halftime speeches and stuff like that, we need to see some fire come back out, and I think got to get a hot start coming from the Cobras. We get it in the second half.
Could be a return that runs out the clock. The ball could go out of bounds and set up a play. You're a Cobras coach. What are you hoping for? What's the best case scenario with this?
I think right now I'm planning for the kickoff to go out of bounds, and I've got 1 shot. If it's in play and you return it, then that's probably going to be the half.
Is returnable? Nope, it's going to go out of bounds, but right there at the 3, so that one play is going to be in dangerous territory.
The ball hit inside of the 5-yard line, went out of bounds. The ball will be placed at the 5. First down.
Not a bad decision by Trevante Long to just go ahead and let it bounce out of bounds. Gives you the shot.
The last couple of kickoffs, I think we've seen into the second half what the kicking strategy is going to be as far as these grounder kicks or kicks into the wall. Ball is the 5-yard line.
What are you guys looking for here? You going to take one big shot? Are you going to try and go like a little bit of laterals, or what are you thinking?
I think you got to run someone deep. I'd like to see maybe Ings run deep, and if it's not there, give it to, well, Ings not even out there.
Looks like Lance Evans is back in there, hoping for another long one.
White man coming on the field here. Maybe
drops back, flag down, ball out. He's got a man, but he's got a long way to go. Looking for a pitch back, maybe. Oh, he couldn't quite hit. Did you see?
Well, it can't end on a defensive penalty. We'll see what happens here. Might get another shot at it. Obviously, the man running on the field created an illegal defense. He was out of position.
So did you see Evans setting up for that pitch back on that play? Just couldn't quite get him. Good thing he held on to it.
Illegal defense, Jacksonville. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot, 1 untimed down.
So you'd love to be able to tack that on, but they just can't do that. So either you take the half or you play another down, and I like it. You take this timeout.
Illegal defense.
I'm sorry, Coach is going to take his final timeout here to play this 1 untimed down. So take those 5 yards and you play again.
Timeout, Carolina. Their 3rd and final timeout. This will be a 30-second timeout.
At least you save yourself the risk of dancing around in the end zone, trying to make something happen here.
Yeah, you get a little bit more breathing room with that penalty from the Sharks.
I'd almost like to see maybe a trips look or an unbalanced look on one side and then run a post all the way across, maybe with the motion man. So
do you think they have a trick play that they've been practicing for a situation like this?
I'm sure that they've prepared for something like this. Again, with the arm that you have with Bain, I wouldn't mind seeing an unbalanced. We're not going to see it, though. We're going to see a standard formation. We'll see if the motion man can just get deep down the field.
Bain pumps, going across the middle. Let's see if there's anybody there for a pitch back. Myers trying to make it go. Now he might get a
face mask. That does add on to the end of the run, so we'll see.
There's a flag on the play.
Or a horse collar or a face mask there.
Either way, it should add on to the end of the run.
Personal foul. Defense. Face mask. 10-yard penalty. Tacked on to the end of the run. 1 on-time down.
Now we're in business, Tom.
Another penalty gives the Cobras another play. How do you feel about that?
This could be huge for the Cobras. You get the old double up before going into the half.
You got that field goal as a possibility as well.
Field goal gets you a tie. If I know Coach Rez, I don't think that we're.
What were you going to say, James? See, T.C. Stevens
is out there. He's used his last time out, so he doesn't have another.
This is another untimed down.
Got to get the right personnel on the field. He is going to let TC take a try at it.
Plenty of time on the play clock, counting down to 15 now. Wait, snap, ball down, kick up, and it is good.
Tie ball game.
And it is good.
There you go.
Just like that, tie game.
Who knew 4.7 seconds?
That was about 10 minutes of 4.7 seconds.
Right.
Hey, it worked out for the Cobras. They get back on the board, and we got a tie game going into halftime.
Fans joining us on YouTube Live saying, don't go anywhere. This is shaping up to be a classic rivalry game between the Sharks and the Cobras. Second half coming up. Thanks for joining us, Chandler. And you go back and you fill us in. We'll see you in the post-game show. Talk a little bit more about those stats.
Yes, sir. Y'all take care of us.
Thanks, Chandler.
However, our educators never stop. They push through to continue giving the children the education they need and deserve. So if you are an educator, teacher, counselor, administration, please stand at this time and be acknowledged. Again, all teachers, counselors, administration, if you're not standing, you're clapping right now. If you're not standing, you're clapping for these superheroes in our community. We thank you oh so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you from Cobra Nation.
Now, James, do you have a favorite teacher going back, thinking back to your life?
Oh, man, I have so
Cobra
many.
Nation, it's not too late. 2022 season tickets are still available. Call 336-455-7232 or visit our website at carolinacobras.com.
Too many to think about?
Oh, there's so many. I've got...
And now, please, help me welcome back out our 2022 Venom Honey!
All right, here comes another superhero performance.
Dr. Crawford, who is a chiropractor here in town over on Summit Avenue. He was my science teacher in the 9th grade. Big shout out to Dr. Crawford. So instrumental in shaping the man that I am.
Now, any teachers that said you wouldn't amount to anything that you want to give any negative reinforcement to?
No, not at all. Teachers.
You had teachers that pumped you up.
Yeah, and that's the best thing about teachers is that, they could really shape young lives and the way that you think about yourself. And a lot of my teachers were able to do that for me, and I appreciate them so much.
We want to congratulate all you teachers, people in that field out on YouTube Live. go ahead and take your bow as well?
So much so, Tom, that once upon a time I was actually a high school teacher.
Is that right?
That's right.
You know, I was too, James, at the college level now, but I was a high school teacher 1 year as well.
Yeah, so you're a big-time educator.
All right, let's look at this, fans. We've got the Venom Honeys out on the field for our halftime show. Just getting started here. More excitement to come in the second half.
Make some noise for our Venom Honeys! Woo!
All right, well, we have been joined here for our halftime show. We got Jason McMasters here. How you doing, Jason?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm doing good, and you doing good, and you, Lipscomb.
Couldn't be any happier being right here. Perfect football game to be at tonight, 2020 Battle of the Sharks and Cobras. Matt Coe's joined us here for the halftime show. Matt, how you doing?
I'm doing great. That was probably the longest half of football I've ever seen in my life, but it's a close game. It's a tight one. I'm sure the second half will be just as good, if not better.
Okay, so Matt, you were down in the control room. You've been out and about, had a chance to see some of the action around the Coliseum in the game. What have you seen so far?
So far, I mean, the crowd's great. As like I said before, it was a very long first half, lots of penalties, but the crowd's still very much involved. I can tell the Cobra Nation is here and alive and well. But everybody's having a good time. Everybody's just trying to get another win, stay undefeated. That's the goal.
So, anything surprise you from a football perspective?
From a football perspective, honestly, the score being 20-20, I feel like the momentum kind of stopped there. It really took a halt after midway through the first quarter. It started getting really heated on the field, and I think the refs got involved a little bit, try to slow that momentum down. It's got to pick back up, and I think given the half, let the teams go back in the locker room, figure some things out. I think we're going to see a momentum shift here in the second half for sure.
Okay, so Jason McMasters, you've been up doing the video footage from up top. What have you seen?
Well, I think when the Cobras got that 14-0 lead, they uncharacteristically lost their composure a little bit, which allowed the Sharks to get back into it here in the second quarter. It's like Matt was saying, a lot of illegal defense calls were made. I don't know what the problem is with that, but hopefully both teams can get that situation corrected, come out in the third quarter and have a much better half of football.
Hey, so this being Superhero and Education Appreciation Night, do you have a favorite teacher that you remember from growing up? I'll ask you like I asked James.
Well, I actually do. Tom. A couple of teachers, actually. I remember a couple of teachers from elementary school. There were some in middle school, and there were some in high school. I'll start with high school. I'd say in high school, probably Coach Rogers, he was a track coach over at Page, and Mr. Lanier in high school too, as well as his wife, actually, Miss Lanier over at Page. So those, as well as my homeroom teacher in middle school, Miss Strayhorn, actually. So those are a couple of teachers that really stick out to me.
All right, what about you, Matt? While Matt thinks about this, shoot them out at YouTube Live if you want to shout out. Keep it positive, YouTube.
So
shout out your favorite teacher here in the chat. Maybe they're watching also.
Right, so I was the troublemaker in school, so I'm sure I wasn't a lot of teachers' favorite student to deal with. But high school, I had a teacher, Mr. Mims. He was a really nice, down-to-earth guy, and we got along really well. So shout out Mr. Mims.
All right, so second half coming up. What do you guys see? What's going to be the big play or the big player in the second half? What do you predict?
Well, to be honest with you, Tom, I like the fact that the Cobras are very diverse, have a very diverse group of personnel on the offensive side of the ball. Normally we see Kendrick Ings heavily involved, but we haven't seen that much of him. But, that's not a bad thing. That is a very good thing that the Cobras are as deep as they are on the offensive side of the football. And coming up in the second half, I look for the Cobras to get DJ Murphy more involved in the game, in the passing game as well.
So talking about Ings, I thought that was a key moment in the game when he just wasn't able to pull that ball in on the sidelines.
Right.
And then the Shark made a great play on it, picked it off, took it the other way. That was a big turning point.
Well, Ings has played both offense and defense along with Myers. They've asked to do a lot tonight. They are playing both sides of the field. So you can only ask so much from them. I'm sure they're gassed at this point, but they still got another half to go. But those are definitely some guys that you want to keep an eye on. Can Bain get them the ball? I feel like Bain, just being off the field for so long, he hasn't gotten into a rhythm, and that's key for a quarterback. If you want to be successful in arena football or football in general, quarterback's got to get into a rhythm, and once he's off the field for too long, he's got to get back in touch with his receiver. So I would like to see Ings and Myers get a little bit more involved. They had a great drive there to close out the half and get that field goal. That was probably the first time in a long time during this game that they've really connected.
Right, and a lot of Bain not being able to get in that rhythm, it can cause some frustration within the team. And I think the key for the Cobras here in the second half is to not really let the composure boil over.
Yeah, and speaking of composure, I feel like the defense has really kept their composure. Although it's been a roller coaster ride of a game so far, number 44 for the Cobras, White, he has had a great game. He's been all over the field, tackle after tackle, making plays defensively. And the fact that, no momentum has been kept on either side of the team, still 20 points. And that's unheard of in arena football. So just got to keep the defense. They're going to stay true to themselves. Can Bain step it up? I expect for the Sharks, Malik Henry, I think that he's probably going to take a step up here. Being a former Florida State quarterback, I know a lot of people remember him from Last Chance U. He is a very talented kid. Start off real rocky, and I think the Cobras defense really got to him, but they're going to have to live through Henry.
Right.
And he really made some things happen for the Sharks there at the end.
Yeah, yes, he did. Yeah. No, he definitely did. He's got I believe 8 touchdowns on the season, or 10 touchdowns on the season. He got a couple picks tonight, and that's what's going to be given with this defense. It's hard to go up against. I mean, the Cobras defense is the best in the league.
Well, let me just take a minute to thank our Kent Hewitt, one of our audience members on YouTube Live. He wanted to call out Mr. Cash, who was his algebra teacher who passed away in 1997. So hope somebody that's in the family, not likely, but I hope somebody in Mr. Cash's family will see this. Thank you, Kent, for your comment. Also, keep us posted, fans, on YouTube Live. Any other action around the league? You guys been keeping up with any of the other NAL action tonight?
Yeah, trying to keep us afloat. Like we're standing right now at the top. The Cobras are, but that can be cut short really quick. So you got to keep an eye on. Obviously the Empire. I know the Cobras took them down week 1, but they're still a team to look out for. There's some new blood. You got the Gunslingers. So I mean, there's a couple of teams that I think that are licking their chops to get a chance at the Cobras right now.
And don't forget about Columbus too, Matt.
Yep, Columbus looking good. I mean, it's still very early. We're still trying to figure out what each team brings to the table. But I definitely think that right now, Cobras sitting at the top. Everybody, they've got that game circled on their calendar, and they want a piece of the Cobras.
So this will be a big second half coming up. Superhero and Education Night right here at the Greensboro Coliseum. We hope if you're watching at home, come join us. If you're in the concourse right now listening to us, we hope you enjoy some delicious snacks at halftime, but don't miss this kickoff because we got a big second half coming up for you. We got sounds of DJ KC playing it. We've got B-Dot doing the announcing, and we've got this great crack team at the Greensboro Coliseum doing a good job of getting us in all the good camera angles, great production group. And been a lot of challenges so far that we've seen, and the Cobras have ended up on the wrong end of a couple of those.
Yeah. The fans let the refs hear it towards the end of the first half. They were not too happy with the refs, but yeah, it's been a tight game the whole way through. Both teams fighting hard.
They said, listen, we got another close game, and one of the fans was talking about it on YouTube Live earlier, that these games have been crazy close all season long. So we got a couple of updates. We got Inside the Walls podcast, 25-23 Orlando, who's playing New York. Thank you, Austin. Also, Austin Beer Shack. So appreciate you all keeping us up on the scores around the league.
I'm a big listener of Inside the Walls. I love what those guys do. Shout out to them.
Right, they do an excellent job, man.
Who's that? Any person we can shout out? Is there any host we can shout out? Give us a link, Inside the Walls podcast. Give us a link in the YouTube live chat. Let us know so they can follow your show. Thanks for keeping us updated around the league. Yeah, we're talking about records. So Carolina's sitting at 2-0.
Right.
Lions sitting at 2-0. Predators and Albany at 1-1.
Yep.
And then coming in, Sharks needing to win.
Sharks need a win. They've lost by a combined 8 points. You know, last week they lost by 1 after Malik Henry took them all the way down the field. Had a great game, actually. He had 4 touchdowns. 7 total touchdowns, 6 in the air, 230 passing yards. The guy came alive last week, and you know he's still kind of finding his groove. He's been kind of in and out of different arena leagues, but he's got a lot to bring to the table. But for the Gunslingers, them being a new team, they still have to find their niche. They got to find what kind of team they want to be. So it's a different step up for the Gunslingers. That's why it's kind of been a rough start for them.
You know, really exciting finish that last week that the Gunslingers fell short of, but they're also looking for their first win this week.
Right. They fell short against the Columbus Lions last week. And a really good game. Checking out the last little bit of that game after the conclusion of our game last week against Orlando. Really good game down the stretch.
So Jason, as you do the footage, is there anything that you see, because you keep a pretty wide angle on the field, who have been the standout players that you've seen from up top?
Well, the standout players that I've seen from up top is Ford for the Cobras, of course Bain for the Cobras, and of course DJ Myers for the Cobras as well. And for Jacksonville, it's going to be Henry for the Sharks.
Okay, well, Matt and Jason, I want to thank you all for joining us. Hang out for a minute, but we're going to welcome on right now Steven Chitola. So, Sharks fans, if you maybe want to hear a familiar voice, a Sharks faithful, Steven Chitola will be on in just a second, and he's going to help us finish the halftime show, and maybe he'll join us for a little play-by-play commentary as the third quarter kicks off. All right, well, fans, welcome back here. In case you're just joining us, we are at the Carolina Cobras halftime show. Matt Coe and Tom Lipscomb here, and my favorite guest in the Greensboro Coliseum, Steven Chitola. How you doing, Steven?
Favorite guest, wow. I really appreciate that. I am a returning guest for sure. I really appreciate that. We're having a great night so far and a great game, 20-20 at the half. You got 2 great head coaches going at it. You also got some celebrity head coaches. I saw Billy Back, the Cobras' first ever coach who won a championship in his first year. He's right down there at the sideline. He gave me a little high five and a bump and said, hope you guys lose, as in hope the Sharks lose. So he hasn't changed a bit.
All right, so now you are Shark through and through. Just tell everybody who doesn't know you, how long have you been with the Sharks organization?
This is now my 6th season with the Sharks. I'm the traveling media / multimedia director for the team. So I am one of those NAL road warriors. I go everywhere with the Sharks, covering them. I'm on the long bus rides, the long air flights, and I basically make sure that the team has full coverage.
Did you come up on the bus?
Absolutely. Longest bus trip of the year, Carolina.
What do you do on the bus to kill time?
I work.
So putting your editing, putting your media together.
Getting ready for game day, but also getting ready for our next home game. There's a lot of stuff that I did today that was for next Saturday.
Okay. Trevor Williams says, Steven, great Shark! Exclamation thrown in. So
Trevor is a game day staff member. We have a lot of great volunteers and great game day staff members that put our show together, a lot like how the Cobra show is going on right now. There's a lot of people behind the scenes, and Trevor is one of those behind the scenes guys that's worked with us in the past.
So the Cobras' first year, now the Sharks have been a team going back into the 90s in the old AFL, is that right?
No, you're thinking the Predators. But we were in the AFL in the 2000s. We started in 2010. So we were actually kind of the new kids on the block when it came to the AFL. But in the NAL, we are one of the veteran teams that have been around for a long, long time with a really successful history. But yeah, your Orlando Predators, who you guys beat last week, that was the team that was in the AFL in the 90s.
Do you have a favorite Shark or anybody that you just really love to watch?
Well, I tell you, one of the things that killed me this year was you guys stole Jonathan Bain from us. That was one of my favorite quarterbacks I ever worked with. Not really just because of his on-field performance, but he loved working with the media. We had a fan show that Bain was a regular on, so I really got to get to know him. He's a guy that cares about the organization beyond first down and second down, but also what are we doing Monday through Friday? How can I help? Right. So I was mad about that. And you guys got more than one Shark from us. So.
Yep.
But no,
we went through the list earlier thanks to some of your statistical work.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. But as far as favorites, I don't play favorites. Every game, I have kind of a new favorite based on how I interacted with them or how well they performed. It's really hard to just pick one, but one guy that's my favorite tonight's Cameron Solomon. One receiving touchdown and one rushing touchdown. I had a really nice halftime interview with him, and all he said was, "That's not enough." If I got to put 4 on to win, I'm gonna score 4 touchdowns.
So what's the feeling been like on Shark Nation trying to get that first win? Obviously disappointed to lose those 2 close games.
In overtime too. We're unfortunately historically, we're sort of like in Alabama where our fan base is used to us being 8-0, 7-1. We're not used to 0-2 seasons. In fact, I'm not sure if we ever had an 0-2 start to a season before. I know for sure if we did end up losing this game and going 0-3, it'd be the first time in team history. But no, yeah, they're not used to this. It's a bad taste. And what sucks is going into the week going 0-2, and so we're going to do everything we can. Our players have been working their butts off. Our coaches have been staying up late, putting this game plan together for this game all week long. I don't think the fans are going to be disappointed. We might come out with the win tonight.
Well, we will see, and there's a lot of people in the arena rooting against that. A lot of people on YouTube Live rooting for either side. It's going to be an exciting game. You were here the first day when the Sharks played the Cobras, right here in the Coliseum. Did you have a feeling that that was going to be a long, sustained rivalry at that point?
After that game, when I saw how close it was for an expansion team to play that well, yeah, I believe so. Also, Carolina and Jacksonville are breeding grounds for each other for talent. You'll notice that we have players on both sides of the ball every year that have played for either team. And so I knew from that relationship, at least from the players' perspective, it was going to be a rivalry and it's coming true.
Right, you just heard that horn to start the third quarter. That rivalry continues. Hang out for just a second, Steven. Matt, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, of course,
We'll see you back in the fourth quarter.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
All right, so here we go. 2020, game can't be any closer. Cobras will receive the ball starting in the third quarter. Going to have James Brown will be back in a moment. I know he'll be happy to see you, Steven. Steven, did you get any Cobras paraphernalia for your son? Did you down there? You have
his birthday is actually tomorrow, so I am going to head down to that little merch stand. He does like when I collect stuff from the teams. So he's got Cobra gear, but I'm going to see if I can get something special for him. Yeah, we're going to celebrate his birthday at the pool tomorrow. We're excited for it.
Okay. Now, I wouldn't say that Steven's son is a Cobras fan, but he likes the Cobras.
Oh, he's a football player, so he watches these games. His 6U team actually won the city championship in Jacksonville.
Ah, congratulations.
So he's excited. He's turning 7 tomorrow, and yeah, he's more of a football fan. He told me one time when the Sharks lost, Dad, today I'm just a Devin Wilson fan because he had a great game.
And your daughter. Don't leave your daughter out. Your daughter a big football fan also. Did she help you with the media side too?
So she's more the kid that's more interested in that kind of stuff, the iPads, the phones, and stuff like that. Personally, she likes her mom's job better than her dad's job, but she loves Shark games. And she loves the cheerleading side too.
All right, well, James Brown is back.
Yes, sir.
And join us for the third quarter. Look who we found.
Yes, sir. Good to see you again, bud.
Always glad to be back talking to you guys. I always appreciate it. You guys get some fresh perspective from the opposite sideline.
That's right. So, pretty excited about that first half, are you?
It'd be better if we were on top. I kind of wish you guys didn't get that field goal.
It's a low kick. Returnable.
That's Ings.
Ings trying to find a space down the middle. He's loose. He's got one man to beat. Ball's loose.
The ball.
Just got to fall on it. James, I want you to look at this great recovery. There was two guys in position to make that recovery.
Wow. Ings was off to the races, and someone just swatted the ball away. I didn't get to see who it was.
Did you all ever have your grandfathers give you advice on what to do on a ball rolling on the ground? Did your grandfather ever tell you got to fall on that thing immediately? Don't pick it up and try to run with it.
Well,
so watch this.
Right there, 56.
Ball got loose. Well, he's shielded. The big number 72 shielded.
Most of the advice I get is don't drop it in the first place.
That's right.
Something going on down on the field.
The roster's got to be something to do with substitution patterns or specialty players.
.44 in the first half for Carolina is now number 9 due to a jersey tear.
Okay, did you hear that?
Yeah, so Zach Brown's foot on number 9. Zach Brown, number 44, is now wearing number 9 due to equipment.
All right, here we are. Is this first drive of the second half, 20-20 right here in the Greensboro Coliseum. Back goes Bain, throwing across the middle, caught by Ings.
Better get Ings that 6 points that he lost by dropping the ball. Beautiful route by Ings, just coming across the middle.
That's a perfect play for a player like that with that kind of speed.
Yes, sir. Coming full speed with that motion.
And you got Jonathan Bain who can really sling it quickly, get it off his hands.
Hey, what does it feel like, guys, when you drop that ball and you turn around and your own player's recovering it?
Oh, it's a big relief.
It's better than someone in a different jersey.
That's right.
All right, Summers now in the backfield. He's been known to run in these situations. Cutting across, handoff to Summers, trying to find some space, but there is not much.
Marcus Smith saw it a mile away. He's having a good game tonight, too. That's our defensive back, Marcus Smith.
Great.
He kind of read that play.
He did. Defeated the block of Zach Brown there. Zach needed to be able to get his claws on him. Couldn't hit it. James Summers, difficulty reading that block. Would have liked to see him plant his foot and turn it upfield. Going to bring up second down, though. Still in good position for the Cobras. Looking to take the lead here with the first possession of the third quarter.
Some of the fans enjoying the game. DJ KC playing all the hits. 3 men to the right of Bain. Sending Ings in motion. Bain drops back, fakes the throw out to the side.
Doesn't look open.
Looking for somebody in the end zone. He's throwing, sort of put it up where it would be out of harm's way, looking for Summers. Turned into a fan souvenir. Bring it up third down and goal.
Once again, Bain had time in the pocket there. Gotta love the protection up front. Big boys like Ziegler and Fernandez giving him time to move around there. Good coverage in the secondary for the Sharks.
Cobras haven't been in the end zone since the first few minutes of the first quarter. I know they'd like to turn this drive into 6 points. Not 3, not 0. Third down, 2 more shots at it potentially.
This would be a big stop for Jacksonville.
DJ Myers, the motion man. Bain back, flag, maybe illegal defense. Bain moving to the right, throwing up, and just can't quite.
Same spot.
Yeah, can't quite pull it in over there. See what that flag is.
That flag was at the snap immediate, so it's got to be an illegal defense of some sort. I didn't see exactly what it was, though.
Illegal defense. Jacksonville, number 44. Lined up in the A gap. Half a distance to the goal.
I don't know how it was across the league, Stephen, but last week there was a surprisingly few amount of illegal defense calls. I don't believe we saw one, did we, Jim?
We did not in our game last week, which is a testament to both defenses and defensive coordinators. We've seen a few tonight.
I think you're seeing 2 coaches that are stressed because this is such a big game, and so they're doing things they don't normally do as far as, you know, moving coverages and adjusting to the game, and sometimes things just get a little too, you know, too out of the formation that the refs want to see, and so they're going to pull that flag.
That one there was for the defensive lineman lining up in the
Bain
A
under
gap.
center. Back goes Summers. A handoff up the middle. He's got some space. Touchdown.
Zach Brown gets into the end zone again this week.
Touchdown, Zach Brown.
Now look at this. He's putting some kind of shots are coming out of that.
He's firing his football. That's something you're going to see from Zach Brown. I remember him in Jacksonville. He's going to celebrate. He's not going to hand the ball off to the ref.
All right, well, now he's about to hand it to the ref, but people just started falling all over the place. It's a superhero celebration. This game is tightened back up to 20-20. Cobras pull away 26-20. Now trying to add one on the extra point.
You got a kicker who
Ball
can do
back,
it.
hold down, good execution.
Whoa.
Right down the middle, but there's a flag.
Yeah, he came all the way into the kicker. That ought to go where, Tom? In the bank.
In the bank, or it gives you the opportunity. But again, going back to my grandfather, you don't take points off the board, right?
No.
But you have that option of moving that ball to the 1 and going for 2.
No. I put it in the bank there, and
There is no flag on the play. The defender was pushed into the kicker.
Okay.
No foul on the play.
To cancel that.
Which is a good call.
Yeah, cancel that.
It's a good call not to call.
It hurt just as much for TC Stevens, I imagine.
So you guys asked about me. How have you guys been? It's been a year since I've seen you guys.
Oh, James can't wait to be back, and I'm the same way. Like nothing more exciting than when that beginning of football starts coming in. We start working on the Cobras Corner, March, April, and now this is the best time of the year.
Now be honest with me, when you guys do that show, isn't it better when the team is not 0-1, 0-2? Like you guys actually had a rough, you guys were sort of like us in the situation where you had a very rough start to the season before the Cobras actually turned it around. But you got to admit, it's a lot easier doing shows and media when the team is winning.
So much better.
And the away games are where the victories came last year.
Yeah.
Home games, I don't believe we had a home win. So everybody's in a better mood after winning.
Absolutely.
Isn't that true about winning? Everything, the beverages taste better.
Yeah.
The people are happy.
Popcorn is sweet and salty.
Then you get to go into Shark Week with us.
That's right.
So, all right, hang on.
Make some noise, Cobra Nation, make some noise!
All right. There's a Novon Health. Thanks to Novon Health.
Congratulations to our
There's some medical supplies in there.
Yep.
So how does it feel to see so many former Sharks here in the black uniforms?
Well, I'll tell you a quick joke. I was working on the league website the other day, and I'm messing with the Cobras thing, and I see Derek Ziegler, Zach Brown, Jonathan Bain. This isn't the Cobras roster. Oh, wait, it is the Cobras roster.
Do they still remember you, or have they forgotten all about
I've already talked to Zach Brown. Bain saw me at a team meal when we left, and I got to catch up with Mishai, too.
There's a low kick dribbling in. May hit, fielded, out to the 10, out to the 15, gets a good block, out to the 20, dancing, back to the 20.
Zach in the game actually had a friendly comment to me, tell me to tell my team to stop holding him.
Yeah, you could tell Zach was a little more fired up tonight when he had that unsportsmanlike penalty because he had his helmet off.
Yeah.
Which, you know.
That gives us some evidence as to why he was so mad at the
yeah.
He's a true Iron Man player, too. He's got the same energy on both sides of the ball.
That's
He's equally talented on offense and defense.
Had a heck of a game last week. All right, Malik Henry throwing out. Quick
catch. Rob Jones.
Pass is complete. Tackle made immediately by number 17, Kendrick Gaines.
So right now the Sharks trying to match that points of the Cobras, 27-20. First 5 minutes already elapsed in the third quarter.
We saw evidence in the first half that they were using Wilson.
There's Taylor James for the Venom Honeys with their superhero performances tonight. Sorry, James, go ahead.
That's okay. They've taken him off of the motion man now.
Wide open, and he dropped it. That's not like him.
So he may have had that end zone in his mind.
Oh yeah, his mind was 10 yards ahead of where his body was.
Excellent route, great speed. He's just got to bring that in. But I was saying, Wilson was the motion man a lot in the first half, and that puts pressure on that defensive secondary.
Right.
They were throwing to the men on the wall because Wilson was getting so much attention. Now I've seen they've taken him off of the motion here.
Correct. And you'll see us change him in and out because the same thing happened in Albany because of the type of coverage that they have on Devin.
There, Henry's back. He's throwing across, not quite there. He caught, but he went back a yard, maybe short of the first.
Cameron Solomon with the catch.
Who was that Cobra that was diving in there trying to break that ball?
Trevante Long almost got an interception, and he knows it. He's pointing at himself. His bad, his bad. Watch him dive in here underneath. Oh, he almost had that.
They did good job of keeping him on that other side of the 20, bringing up a 4th and 2. Biggest play of the second half so far.
Huge 4th down here for both sides.
You also have a team that's not afraid to run the ball.
All right, there's Ings we see in coverage. Dropping back. Throws across. Incomplete. Don't see a flag.
That was huge, and I saw big contact in the backfield, and they did not call that.
Wow. I'd like to see this on replay.
Trevante Long with huge contact in the backfield.
That's a good fan shot.
That's our replay.
So turnover on downs, huge break for the Cobras there as that pass was just wide of the receiver, giving the Cobras the ball on the turnover on downs.
Steven, who was that breaking in the end zone on that?
And that was Rob Jones in the back end zone. Have to see the replay to be sure. But speaking of Devin Wilson, even like last week, the good thing about having guys like Devin is you could double cover him. He's gonna get other guys touchdowns.
Yeah, he was getting a lot of his teammates open, and they got plenty of balls in that first
There's
half.
Ings in motion. Bain going down, gets across. He's got DJ Myers trying to make one man miss. Still holds onto the football down to the 10-yard line to bring up another 1st and goal.
Myers is our own version of the dynamic receiver, leading tops in the league in receptions, and here he is again.
All NAL player too.
Trying to make a move, got a hold on that football. Did a great job there on the wall.
I do know the Orlando Predators miss having him.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And he had a big game against his former team last week.
Yes, he did.
All right, so another 1st and goal. Bain under center, motion man Ings. Ings hoping to find his way into the end zone. That's a handoff. I see a flag.
Looks like he got stopped at the
flag down there.
We'll see if he's got the jack out of the box there, but I don't.
Maybe a hold.
Personal foul, face mask. 44 defense, half a distance goal.
Okay.
Wow, I didn't see that live. I'd like to see that replay. Maybe it was.
Let's see that.
That was off the ball. The face mask was off the ball there. It wasn't on the runner. But in any event, takes the Cobras down inside of the 5, calling the 3-yard line. 1st and goal. Threatening again for points.
Cobras trying to start this second half the way they started the game.
Bain late into the huddle. First time we're up against the clock tonight. We'll see if he gets it off.
Yeah, 5 seconds left to put this thing in play.
He might want to
3 seconds
out here.
He didn't get it.
I thought he saw that because he was late getting into the huddle.
He rushed it. He rushed it there at the end. He just couldn't get it off.
That's not going to make James Fuller happy, the former Jacksonville Sharks head coach, who's now your guys' offensive coordinator. I saw he had kind of a pout. I've seen that before. Now that's all just, you got to be quick.
Now the Cobras still on 1st down there. Still 1st and goal. Now they have maybe a little bit more space for those routes to develop.
That might actually benefit you in the sense of, sometimes when you're that close to the end zone, you have less space to work because it's all bodies.
Yeah.
Now that you're further back, you have more room to work with.
That's something you have to convince James of. All right, motion man Ings again. Bain drops back, throws for Ings. It looks like he was pulled down in the end zone.
Oh, yeah, had him around the waist. Both arms around the waist. That was an easy call for the back judge.
But, Steven, you didn't see that.
I saw it from that was the shark in me. That's also me just
looked like a shark. Looked like a shark got on that wide receiver.
Penalty occurred in the end zone. Ball be spotted at the 1-yard line.
There, now you get your field position that you wanted.
And you get that coveted first down. I tell you who was disappointed in that delay of game was Robinson, because if you saw, he got the handoff right as the clock expired. So here at first and goal at the 1, we'll see if Robinson gets a redemption run here.
And I wouldn't be surprised. You got a tough quarterback. I've seen him do it before. He might punch it in himself.
Yeah, he's got that earlier today.
The height, he's got the strength, and he's tough.
Myers in the backfield.
Look for the push from Robinson here.
It's a run, and he just took it to the outside. Touchdown, Bay.
Nice.
He just took that thing and moved to his right and found a space. Touchdown.
I've seen him play before. He helped us win a championship in 2019.
I imagine that everyone down on the field was thinking, like we were up here, that Bain's going to sneak it in right in the middle. Great job by the coach calling that on the outside.
So for that to work, the wide receivers have to seal those blocks. So James, talk about the variation in wide receiver blocking that you've seen.
Well, and the Cobras are so fortunate with their group of receivers here, because they are not afraid to block. They'll give up their bodies to put on blocks to get other guys open, and that goes a long way.
And you may see a coach pull a receiver off the bench simply because of his body size for plays in formations just like that.
Trying to get another extra point. Ball down, kick up.
Looks good.
It's perfect. All right, so it was 14-0. Sharks came back to take the lead in 2017. Now the Cobras have pulled away another 14-point advantage with about 5 minutes left in the third quarter. What's Coach Burley telling his guys?
Say that again?
What's Coach Burley telling his guys, Stephen?
We need to stop letting up points, and we need to put points on the board, and we need to put points on the board now. Burley is an offensive-minded coach, you know, and so he's taking personal responsibility for us not having 34 points. He's going to do whatever he can to score and score quickly. But again, guys, it's arena football. It's the third quarter with 5 minutes. That is a world away from what could potentially happen. This may be a 60, 70-point game. You never know.
I was going to say 34 points is no way is going to win this ball game.
No, not at all.
You're going to need twice that probably.
All right.
All right, today it looks like we have 2 contestants. We have a young lady and a young man about the race.
She looks determined.
Try to make some noise.
The young Superman.
Kind of looks like my daughter Shay.
She's got the S on her chest. She should.
Okay, so to recap from last week, James, you want to take your helmet off before you put the pads on. And you want to maybe you can drop to the turf to put your trousers on.
I think she got a little bit of a head start.
I think they're just starting right.
Oh, okay.
And then put on the shoulder pads. Count it down in 3.
Who do you got your money on?
Superman.
I'm going to go Superman.
5 spins, 5 spins, 5 spins.
Yeah, she looks
Girl
like she's
power.
Doing her circles in a contain motion. The young man's the first to the pads.
Put him on. Come on.
He's done this before.
He's trying to put that. He left his hat on. Left his cap.
He's definitely done this before.
All right, this is smart. He's going to the ground, James.
Here's the hard part: is putting pants on with
She's
your
going
shoes
for it.
on.
I'm telling you, keeping the hat on might have jeopardized his victory, though. He's having trouble seeing.
He's got one leg in. She's almost got 2. Oh no, I'm sorry, that was her first.
I love how
smart. He took his shoe off.
I feel like we're more into the play-by-play on this than we are sometimes on the field.
Hey, listen, if you get out to the Coliseum, you get this kind of family fun. Man,
Got him on. She got him on.
Okay, she's gonna
We
go.
were right. I told
she's
you.
gonna go barefoot. Her trousers are coming down, but
Kids, if you're gonna compete, take the hat off and put on the helmet.
that's your takeaway.
That's my takeaway. He had the victory and he let it slide, and it could have been a wardrobe malfunction.
I love his commitment of throwing that shoe off when it couldn't get through the pants stuff.
But he did have the best start out of the 2. He had an incredible start.
Maybe put the hat on backwards. Would that have helped?
I'd just take it off, man. Treat it like it's game day. You got to take the hats off. Got to take off the slides.
Superwoman was able to do all of this with her earrings.
Yep, and the ponytail.
I wonder if you could just lose your shoes. That may be the takeaway I got. You just take your shoes off and do the barefooted last 10 yards barefoot.
2 weeks in a row, we've seen a change in the lead there at the pants.
All right, and if you're kids watching at home, or parents that have that age kids, you do some practicing around the basement. Maybe get some of your kids ready.
Make sure mom and dad get you out here to the next Cobra.
Don't forget to tell your mom Happy Mother's Day tomorrow. Big weekend for a lot of you at home.
Oh yeah. I got a birthday party and Mother's Day. Double birthday. It's my father-in-law's birthday tomorrow too.
Kicking strategy here. It's a tight kick heading towards the right part of the end
that's
zone.
not good.
Beautiful kick. Beautiful kick.
That's
Got to
what
return
you call
it.
a rough.
Is that an
rough
Uno?
roll.
Is that an Uno? He's going to tackle him, try to get the point.
Why did you stop, Rob?
So, ball's out, but he's called him down. Is that an Uno there?
I guess that's an Uno.
So I don't think we've seen an Uno. Could you talk about the Uno?
So
Stephen?
it's a 1-point play. It's kind of like a safety in the sense of the way the Uno's made. But what you got there was just a really, really good roll for Carolina. It looks like there's some talking back and forth, but an Uno is a single-point special teams play off of kickoff.
And the kickoff returner has to take that ball.
Has to leave the end zone unless it's a touchback. I think Jacksonville may be determining since
the ball hit the back wall,
did the ball go out of the back of the
which is out of bounds. Remember, we talked about that before the game, that empty space. That wouldn't be the case if this was in Jacksonville because it would have bounced back in bounds.
So let's just share the conversation
there.
So in some coliseums or arenas, the wall is the back line.
Correct,
so
but
the
in
wall
Greensboro
is exactly 10
and in
yards
Orlando, there is some extra space, which is considered out of bounds. Now, if the ball hit the wall and went into the end zone without touching that turf in between, that is fair game. But because it hit that grass, it's a dead ball.
And we'll have to wait to see another Uno.
Good for Jacksonville.
Good pitch back, and he got a good 6 yards out of that, 7 yards. Yeah, an Uno is something I've never seen before.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens. It happens occasionally. It's not as common as the deuce, but then again, I haven't seen a deuce in a while either.
Haven't seen a deuce all season long, and we think it's due to the football.
I don't know. I don't want to spread rumors. It's a different color, guys.
But you said the specs are the same.
The specs, to me, as far as I know, they're exactly the same.
All right, the mystery goes on, but back goes Henry. Throws across, good tight coverage, no flag.
Pass is broken up. By number 12, Christopher Page.
I do know with the Sharks, we don't need to worry about the ball. We need to worry about winning this game, that's for sure.
So, Steven, a big drive here for the Sharks, right?
Yes, absolutely. Cannot have another turnover on downs or a self-inflicted turnover.
Devin Wilson, motion man. Back Henry throwing short. Boy, and he got a good extra 3 to 4 yards on that.
To our Florida State.
We got a player down here. We can't see him here from our vantage point, but he hadn't gotten back up.
And that's a rising star for the Sharks.
Naquan Murray, you say he's a rising star for you.
Former Florida State player, and he's a rising star, a really good route runner, small in size but super speedy. You're gonna see him get used more and more throughout the season if you're a Shark fan.
Good strong run right there from Murray, breaking through a couple of tackles and gaining additional yardage for that first down.
Hey, so 3 deuces in Orlando tonight. Just to update. Thanks to our fans on
There you
YouTube
go.
Live.
Wow.
Following to Steven's point, back goes Henry. Throwing deep. It's a pull. He's going to pull him down.
And I saw a flag on the play.
Yeah, it looked like a holding or pass interference.
Micah Robinson laid a hit on the quarterback. Oh, my.
2 deuces. 2 or 3 deuces tonight. YouTube Live fans, if you tell me when the last time you saw an Uno was.
Pass interference. Defense, number 2, 10-yard penalty, previous spot, automatic first down.
Looked like that was a touchdown saving interference.
That could be one of the plays where the penalty is better than the score.
Sets up an automatic first down situation.
Now, did it look to you like he almost pulled that in after he broke three from that interference?
I think so.
Looked like he almost got to the ball.
Was it on Mishai? I have to check. Because sometimes Mishai is he's a physical DB, and he's also been in the league for a long time, former Shark as well. He's a mental player that knows when to make those calls and makes those plays. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was Mishai. Maybe he did have to make that play.
There's Wilson in motion again. Handoff. Ball's loose.
No.
Ball's down. It's still loose. It's still loose. Who's got it?
Amazing.
Looks like, I can't tell. It looks like a Shark may have gotten
there. The Sharks got back on it. That
got
is
lucky.
amazing.
Good job.
That ball's been down there so long.
Fumble is recovered by the Sharks.
That ball was, look at that ball.
Was it Hicks? Hicks jumped on it.
That could have been a critical mistake for the Sharks, but alert play there, back on the ball, leaving them second and long.
You may see Malik make up for it
Henry
here.
up, looked like it's a free play. Ball
right
is up.
Devin, and that's a trip up.
Looks like another interference in the end zone.
No, they didn't call that, but they did call that offsides.
James, would you have called that?
No, it looks like the receiver was stumbling down, and then the defender tried to avoid it.
Offsides, defense, number 98, 5-yard penalty, replay, first down.
Okay. The Sharks will eat those yards. But that's what the Sharks want to do right there is the one-on-one. Devin Wilson, our best receiver, on a Cobras defensive back, and no one near them.
That was the old post corner route.
Yep.
So it draws him inside to the post and then breaks back out to the corner.
And Malik can make those throws. He's a pin tight. He can throw those little passes, and he loves to throw to Devin Wilson. With Devin Wilson's size to throw the ball up like that, that would have been a nice touchdown.
All right, Malik Henry under center, second and now only 3.
Maybe
motion
say do it again.
Motion man still Wilson. Henry back. He's going short this time. Ball is loose. Closing on it quickly.
Intended for Hicks.
Zach Brown takes him down again. Again, if you're just joining us, Zach had a little wardrobe malfunction and had to change jerseys from his 44 to number 9 there.
All right, now a big third down. Wilson in motion, going to the other side. Back goes Henry.
I saw some movement there up front. That's going to be in the offense this time.
Full start. Offense. Number 56.
You guys get the feeling this is a very big moment in the game.
It's a huge
I think so. More for Jacksonville than anything. Jacksonville cannot take a step back here. Jacksonville has to put points on the boards. If it's 3 points, it's 3 points, but we got to put points on the board for momentum's sake and because we are starting to lose time now.
Yeah, as we approach a minute left in the third quarter. Again, huge possession for the Sharks here as they really want points here inside of the 15-yard.
Back to 3rd and 8. Back goes Henry, throwing across, ball's caught.
Good job.
And looks like to be enough for a first down. Clock one.
Number 5, Naquan Murray.
That's 3rd, and remember, they're goal to goal.
So they're in for. See if this will be one more play.
Everybody.
3rd down. Wilson in motion on the left side now. Henry back, throwing for Wilson.
Nice catch.
And he just dropped it at the end. A little bit of tugging both ways.
That's what you want, though. That's a good call.
To get Wilson with all of that space, the back of the end zone, one-on-one. Couldn't ask for much more.
I thought he
than
had
that.
it. Yep.
And, you know, Wilson makes those dynamic catches look routine. 9 times out of 10, he pulls that one in.
All right, another problem with that. We wanted you to see the end of this drive with us, Stephen, but you're get back to your responsibilities now.
Yes, absolutely. I will say, if I leave and the Sharks score, maybe it was me, Shark fans. I apologize. But hey, I do, if you guys don't mind, I want to thank the Shark fans that are at Dick's Wings in Jacksonville off Merrill Road watching the game right now. I hope you guys are having a blast. Come see our ticket team. They're there. Give them a call for tickets to our next home game. And to my kids, Shay, Aiden, and our new baby, Charlotte, Daddy's coming home tomorrow. I'll see you guys. Aiden, tell Mom to text Dad what you want from the Cobras merch stand. See you guys later. I appreciate
Steven,
it, guys.
It's always a pleasure having you here, man.
All right, thank you, Steven.
All righty.
Enjoy the rest of the game. All right, James, never say that, let nobody say you are not fair and balanced in your announcing.
Well, I can't claim that, but Steven does bring us a different vantage point, and I love it when Shark Week, whenever the Sharks come to town, is because we get to see Steven, and he's so great on the microphone. I love having him up here with us every year. It's great.
So Matt Coe back on. Matt, just real quick, what kind of plays have you seen that have changed the momentum of this game?
Well, for starters, the change of pace. I feel like that third quarter went by a lot quicker than the first half. Cobras came out, like I said that they would. They would come out with a sense of purpose rather than kind of getting caught up in the commotion that was going on in the field. Still seeing a lot of flags, and it's playing a part in it. But honestly, the Cobras have been poised the whole way through, and I'm really impressed with what they're doing so far.
Okay, it is the fourth quarter. So that means in this little interlude between third and fourth quarter, we're going to be able to see another superhero performance by the Venom Honeys.
Those are the 2022 Venom Honeys.
All right, James, you remember what down it is?
It is fourth down.
A key play here, maybe the biggest of the game. Cobras hanging on to a 14-point lead. Sharks needing points here, still looking for their first win of the 2022 season, as we talked about a little bit before. Devin Wilson back as the motion man, as he has been throughout this drive.
Pretty quiet game from Devin Wilson, something you're not really used to seeing ever, honestly.
Malik Henry back. Looking.
Great
the pressure's
pressure.
there. He throws. He's got him in. Heading for the end zone.
Touchdown.
I think he is. It's close. Touchdown.
Oh,
that's about as close as it gets. Let's watch this on replay. It's like big 44 White.
Cobras did everything right on the defense right there.
Great jams on the receivers at the snap. Good pressure on the quarterback.
Let's watch this replay. So he's got him here. Gets it only where he can. Cobras try to close it down. It's
he's in there.
So the game tightens again. Kick up. And down the middle. So it's just a 7-point game now. 14.5 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter.
Heck of a play there. One that Jacksonville certainly needed right there on that big fourth down. Cobras, like you said, Matt, did everything right.
And you haven't really seen any defensive miscues tonight from the Cobras, something that we're getting used to. And as I said before, you know, arena football, you don't really think of defense, but the Cobras are making that a point of interest.
This has the feel of another game coming right down to the wire. Been some exciting National Arena League football games so far this season. Hopefully our fans on YouTube Live are going to keep us posted on some of the scores from around the league. Malik Henry comes up big there with that play.
Yeah, he had a big drive last week too that got them within 1 point. They fell short last week and have for the past 2 weeks, but Malik Henry is clutch down the stretch. I'm sure he's going to hit his stride here in the fourth quarter.
So a couple of deuces have been kicked already tonight, I think, in Orlando. Let's see what new kicker. See what Cody Barber can do. So far, the kicking strategy has been these low dribblers trying to aim at the back corners.
We even saw an onside kick.
And we have seen several that have gone and resulted in the ball being at the 5-yard line. So not a bad strategy there.
New kicker, Cody Barber approaching. There's the whistle. It is a low dribbler. Ball bounces up and returned in the end zone. He's trying to get out. And he's got a hole and loose. One man to beat.
Oh,
5 yards to go.
How electric was that return?
Somebody check on Barber's ankles.
Is that Christopher Page with his first touchdown?
Oh my.
Now watch, you're watching on the replay. Here he breaks through to midfield.
What a move.
Had one guy to beat. Watch, he's stumbling, and he's in there for the touchdown. That's a kicker to beat.
Page left Barber in the dust right there.
So we talked about kicking strategies just before he made contact with that ball. And there's one that you probably don't want to duplicate. You do not want to kick it to these dynamic players that are on the field for the Cobras.
Well, just like that, they got the 7 points back. Still waiting on this extra point, of course, but they got that touchdown back.
It's got to be so discouraging if you're Jacksonville. All that work to get down and score, and it's erased in 10 seconds. But now he got a good bounce there, guys, in the end zone with that ball bounced up. It gave one to field because that ball can bounce very, very erratic ways when you dribble it down like that.
Exactly right. That injured player is White, the gentleman who just scored the touchdown for the Sharks. So that if he can't come back, that'd be a big loss for him. He's holding his left arm. So we hope the best for White because he is a really good football player.
Now I do notice he's taking a lot of congratulatory high fives with his other arm, James.
I sure hope he's able to compete, but that's not looking good right now.
One of our fans, guys, talking about a Cobras jersey. Where can I get one? Star Wars night coming up soon in the Coliseum, and they're going to be doing some jersey auctions.
You know, it's been a few years now, but that Star Wars night, and they had that Star Wars themed jersey, was one of my favorites. I'd love to get my hands on one of those. Yeah, let's not play until the injured player gets all the way off of the field. He's really hurting because he stopped several times on his way off. Sometimes, man, it's just so tough.
Good round of applause there. Good sportsmanship. Hey, James, I had thought you said that the kick returner was injured on that play.
No, that was White, the gentleman who just scored the touchdown for the Sharks. Remember, he had that tough run to get them into the end zone.
All right, snap back, ball down. Kick up is blocked. Out of play.
I believe it hit off of
Robinson,
yeah. I think that hit the back of Robinson's jersey.
He was getting big pressure up front from Gee. Gee drove him into the backfield. we'll see the resolve of these Sharks now, down again by 2 scores.
You can take what you can get at this point if you're the Sharks, down by 2 scores. I mean, you got to get what you can get.
Yeah, 13 minutes, 49.
Media timeout. This will be a 2-minute media timeout.
13 minutes, 49 seconds left in this ball game, and you know it'll go pretty quick.
And I think that last play that we saw is a cautionary tale for these kickers. Sometimes it's easier to just kick it out of bounds, give it to them at the 20.
If you are a mama, please stand up right now and let us love on you.
Is this a Mother's Day?
Mother's Day thing here. I want to say happy Mother's Day to my mother, Sandy Flood, who came to the game with us tonight. She's sitting right up here beside us.
James says happy Mother's Day. She says thanks, James. Matt, your mother, real quick.
Yeah, shout out to Mama Co. Love you. Happy Mother's Day. I hope you're enjoying the beach right now.
Thank you, my mother, Elizabeth Lipscomb. I love you. Thank you so much for everything you do for our family.
And all the mothers out there, we want to say thank you for everything you've done.
All right, here we are at football. James, did you order some flowers for your mother?
I did. In fact, we were able to give her some things tonight and some things tomorrow. So hopefully my mother's celebration will extend for more than just tomorrow.
You've got little Rhett to have some things ready for your wife?
Yep, he's got his things ready for his mom, so he's excited about the stuff that we've gotten for her. So we got to have a good day.
All right.
Love to kick it off with a Cobras win.
Kicking strategies. Let's see what happens here. TC Stevens approaching the ball. It's a low dribbler. That one is going to sail out of bounds.
Kick out of bounds, Carolina. By rule, the ball be placed at the 20-yard line.
It was interesting, we were talking, Matt, before about that little area between the wall and the end zone, into the end zone, causes some differences in this particular arena because that's out of bounds. Like we saw that play that was eventually ruled a touchdown last week.
Right.
But that other arenas have that wall is the line.
Well, I actually like the fact that the wall is off of the end zone because as we saw in week 1, there was actually a play where the Cobras had an interception because a fan had interfered with the ball. And I mean, just how unfortunate is that? I mean, obviously arena football you have to have on the sides, but I like the back end zones.
Like a little space.
Yeah, yeah.
I want to thank our team here at the Cobras, T and Cassidy, do such a great job putting this program together. It's making it a big event, not just the football, but the whole atmosphere around the football. Now Malik Henry under center, dropping back. He's going deep. He's got a man wide open. That is a touchdown.
Right to him.
That is a touchdown to Rob Jones, who's come up big so far this game.
Yeah, Rob Jones last week had 5 catches, 96 yards, 5 touchdowns. All that guy does is score touchdowns, kind of like Kendrick Ings for us.
There's some miscommunication there in the defensive secondary as both players go with the route over the middle, leaving him wide open.
Well, I was going to say before that pass, if you're the Sharks, you have to score as quick as possible. I mean, what's quicker than one play? It takes, what, a minute off of the time clock? That's worst case scenario if you're the Cobras.
You can't make some noise on this extra point.
Trying to get within 7 points. Ball down, kick up, and it is right down the middle. That's going to be 40-34.
Staying within striking distance, again putting the pressure back on the Cobras offense. You got to continue to score points here.
Well, that blocked field goal now is going to come back to bite the Cobras because if they get a stop right here, Sharks get the ball, they could take the lead just like that.
Now, we were talking before, and like Stevens said, we might see a lot of points, and we're starting to see a lot of points in this second half. Things are starting to open up for these offenses.
I think both coaches were able to go in at halftime and identify some opportunities to take advantage of things, and we've seen that here in the second half.
So just an update from Inside the Walls podcast, 64-45 Albany taking care of the Predators. Starting to pull away in that game. Still a tight game here in Greensboro, North Carolina. Cobras 40-34. As you see our Venom Honeys rallying the fans. We've already seen one onside kick from the Sharks. Not too long ago. It's a nice return there by.
You think they dare kick it to him again?
It'd be interesting to see. If I'm the Sharks, I'm kicking that baby out of bounds, and there's no chance anyone touches it.
Let's see who's back there returning.
We got DJ Myers back there right now.
So we've seen a few different people return kicks so far.
And I think that's a result of the Ironman rules. I think you're in rotation right now.
All right, there's a kick. It's an onside kick. It's handled and
big fella. I love the big bear mitts that Thomas showed there to get on that ball.
That was a close one. That could have been really bad for the Cobras, but he came down with it.
It wasn't the hand so much as the falling on it.
I had
supreme
faith
he did
in
not
Thomas.
panic. He did not panic.
Hey, whatever works.
Big guys are athletes, and you just saw one right there.
So you were not momentarily nervous on that?
Not at all. I had supreme faith in Big Thomas.
Thomas is back in there. James, keep an eye on Thomas. Let's see if that. Is he back out there on the line?
No, I've got Fernandez and Harris out there beside Ziegler.
All right, ticking down to about 12 minutes left. Back goes Bain. Little pitch back, got some room, working his blockers.
Once again.
Number 9, Zach Brown on the carry.
Zach, of course, again, a little extra to play for today, playing against his former team, and he's showing his mettle. He's playing another really good game tonight.
What's he doing with his blockers there, James?
He sets them up really well. First, he's got the quickness to get outside to be able to then read, and then he sets that block up, and he got, what, 5 to 6 yards on that.
All right, there is Ings. Ings the motion man, he's going. Bain throwing to Ings short. Ings gets it. Boy, he got about 4 or 5 yards that he needed, ducked his head, kept that football.
Came up about a yard short, but you're right. He was taking a wallop, but he still hung onto the ball.
You have to think he knew what was coming on that play.
Well, now this onside kick gets interesting. There's a little bit of a gamble. Obviously, the Cobras are within striking distance, but you're looking at 3rd down right now. You need to stop here if you're the Sharks.
All right, Ings now the motion man again.
We've got a Venom Honey in the end zone. I don't know if she knows they're coming right at her.
She might be setting a screen.
Right. That's a handoff. There's a flag down.
That's a pre-snap, so that might be on the offense.
Ball start. Offense, number 6.
Big
5-yard penalty.
That changes the fortunes of the Cobras quite a bit, looking at 3rd and 6 now.
Yeah, he called that on a player who's not on the field. I wonder if he meant 9. He called that on number 6, Raspberry. Raspberry's not on the field.
Upside down, 6.
Yeah.
Still 3rd down, Bain under center. Motion man now, DJ Myers. Bain back. He's got Myers. Nice defense there by the Sharks.
Yeah, good recovery there.
Looked like Myers stopped on the route, then he continued going out. Bain thought he had him there and almost connected, but good defensive play.
Good tight coverage there by the Sharks, and you're right, that was designed to shake. That's a shake route there where you give a little stop and then you keep going across. Big 4th down coming up, especially with the Sharks being within 6 points. You want points here for the Cobras.
Cobras opting to go for, try to put on 6 more rather than opt for the field goal.
And also taking time off the clock, which is going to be key right now.
Still with 3 timeouts left.
I have to believe we're going timeout because Bain's still over there with the coach, and there's 8 seconds on the play clock.
Timeout.
Wonder if
Carolina, they're first of the half. This will be a 30-second timeout.
Here comes TC.
I was going to say, I was wondering if they're going to go for the field goal here, make it a 2-possession game.
Stevens been very good so far tonight. The last extra point was tricky.
Yeah. I think it's a safe and smart play to go for the field goal right here.
With no gimme. We talked about it before. If you're in the Coliseum right now, you can see how very thin these uprights are that hang from the roof of the Greensboro Coliseum.
If you're the Sharks, though, you got to feel pretty good. Remember, this started with an onside kick. They haven't given up much yardage here, so that defense is kind of bowed up.
Yeah. Gamble has definitely paid off.
Whether you give up 3 or not, you got to feel pretty good about your defensive stance right here.
We've got 4th down here in goal.
Summers running off the field. Clock down to 3, 2, balls down, kick up, and it is down the middle, good.
That's big.
A huge field goal. Oftentimes you don't see in the National Arena League a 3 field goal night like Stevens pulled off.
And that's huge because we're under 10 minutes here. Like you said, that's a 2-possession lead now. You're putting it on the back of your defense, and again, Cobras defense this year has been pretty stout. Giving up 34 points so far tonight, but I'd like to see him stand up here and get this ball back.
Plenty of time here. Under 10 minutes. This will go pretty quick, but plenty of time left in this game.
It's a lot of points to be scored in 10 minutes. Now the Cobras are still under their season average so far for points given up. It's actually leading the NAL. So they're still playing stout defense.
Let's see who's back to return for Jacksonville. There is the General Mike Green rallying the team. Jones back. There's a line drive kick.
Oh,
Jones gets a good catch on it. It's going straight down the middle. He's found some space out on the left side and down at the 15.
That's going to be a late hit. Wow.
So that's going to take it down to the 5?
No, that's going back the other way. Jacksonville got hit forward late. It's going to back them up 10 or 15 yards.
During the return, illegal use of the hands, blocking the back. Number 9, return team, 10-yard penalty for spotted foul. First down.
So he didn't call it late. He called it illegal for blocking the back, so that's good.
You know, regardless of the outcome of this game, I feel like you have to look and circle at the flags. I think that's played a key contributor in this one. Both teams keep shooting themselves in the foot.
I agree. There's been a lot of flags on the field tonight. Jacksonville's got the ball at midfield with 9.5 left, down 9 points, so they're right there. We'll see what they can do with this possession.
Looks like a new motion man. Looks like Jones, the motion man this time. Malik Henry under center. Henry drops back. Henry throws short, got a man. He's open down to the 15, down approaching to the 10, still loose inside the 10. That was Naquan Murray.
That's the 3rd consecutive pass where a guy's just been wide open, not even a guy within 5 yards.
Well, Cobras are playing on the back pedal on the snap, and that means that you're going to get those little short routes. They're going to have space, 10, 15 yards between the receiver and the defender.
Tricky spot here for Jacksonville. Goal to go here at the 10. Drops back, throws out to the side. He's found himself an opening right to the end zone. Touchdown. That's Naquan Murray.
Not even a minute to score.
Yeah, there's a penalty flag late in the end zone. The lineman was blocking, and his block was phenomenal, but he never let up. And he drove his man all the way to the wall.
Like that scene from The Blind Side?
Yes, yes. if we get a chance, I saw it live, if we get a shot to see it, he drove his man all the way to the wall, but he just wouldn't let up even after the score, so they had to throw the flag.
After the play is a touchdown. After the play, personal foul, 66, that will be banked on the kickoff.
Again, I don't know if we got a shot of it, but 66 had a phenomenal block. Now, it was on a small guy.
Juan Stallworth.
But it's one of those blocks you dream of as a lineman. I can't be too mad at it.
All right, they're going for the traditional 1 point extra point here with Cody Barber. Here we go, ball down, kick up. It's good, it's a good one. Just a 2-point game.
All of a sudden, we got a lot of numbers on the board. After a quiet first half, lots of points being scored right now.
It's like Albany has moved ahead of Orlando, 71-45.
Venom Honey's working hard down there.
Cobras just can't keep the Sharks down in this game.
Well, we knew that this rivalry game was going to be a good one, and we certainly have us a good one with 8 minutes, 21 seconds left in the game. 2 points separate these two teams. Cobras will get the ball here. Interesting to see the kickoff strategy. Will they try another onside? Will they kick it to another dynamic returner, or will they give a souvenir to a fan?
I wonder if they're thinking because the first onside kick happened to work out in their favor, I wonder if they go for it again right here. Why not?
You know, it's so much easier to defend from that when you get them on that short field. You know, it's without the deuce attempts. That really makes it much the kicking strategy much more interesting. All right, see what Cody Barber has in mind right here. Here it is. It's an onside kick. This one's a high one, and it's caught by Myers.
Great
field.
That was an interesting kick. That was just a traditional onside. Again, they don't want to see that long return, so they're not going to kick it to that deep returner.
Well, I think they're also working against the clock. When you have that much field to work
There was
with.
a 10-yard penalty in the bank against Jacksonville. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
That's the downside to that onside kick, is now you're going to give them half the distance. So
it's now we're down at first and goal.
Yeah, you were at the 16. You should be somewhere around the 8 now.
Eight minutes is a lot of time in arena football, but still, you don't want to be on the back end of it.
I mean, but these Cobras are having to make some very clutch plays on these onside kicks. I mean, that thing hung up there forever. I don't know what it looked like at home, but that thing hung up forever.
That's always the most dangerous play.
Special teams has been great tonight for sure.
They've got to get this play off. There's 5 seconds on the clock here.
DJ Myers the motion man. Back goes Bain. Got it off in time. He's got Myers. Caught it. Touchdown.
Double catch.
Defender got there, bobbled it. Myers not to be deterred. Touchdown.
Great hand-eye coordination. Way to stay with the ball, keep his composure up against the wall, collected himself, and got the ball back again.
Watch this replay. Wow. Defender gets right there. Ball bounces off. He looks it right in.
And Kenny Bill went airborne right there. He was just fingers away. He was just an inch away.
Kenny Veal, such a great player. He played for Carolina. Started the season last year. Up 8 now. This is an important point. Kick down, ball up.
There's a holding they didn't call. I mean, 2 hands full of jerseys that really would have affected maybe a block of that kick. There's no
I think that's what the Sharks think also, James.
Yeah.
So in a matter of 2.5 minutes, we've gotten 3 touchdowns. If you're the Sharks, you can't be too mad at it. Obviously, you don't want to give up points, but if you want to be glass half full, at least you still got 7 minutes, 11 seconds to go.
There's our brain trust right there going over what to do next. 7 minutes, 11 seconds left in this ball game. Cobras back up with a little bit of comfort, 9 points, but anything's possible in the National Arena League.
Yeah, it's coming on 10 o'clock, guys. Like you were talking about the first half being long, but hey, you're getting your money's worth tonight, football fans.
That's right.
Well, we should have started after that second quarter, we should have started like a flag counter and see how many flags were thrown.
Look at these fans. They're not going anywhere. It's a weekend, so if you want to bring your young kids out here, they can sleep a little later tomorrow.
That's right. So is Mother's Day like Christmas or anything where you got to get up early and open gifts, or does Mom want to just sleep in a little bit? What do you think?
Depends family to family, I think. There's a kick up. It's going to be out of bounds to the 20, not the worst thing.
Beautiful kick.
And, you know, it was interesting on that. Rob Jones looked a little bit disappointed not to be able to wait, I missed. Was there a collision out there?
No,
Look
I
at that
think
young man.
simultaneous kick and delay. We'll see. The penalty flag hit the ground. I think they're going to call delay a game.
Boy, that young boy is so happy to get that ball. I think he got the kick off, didn't he, guys?
I thought he
did. You know, I talked with Stevens before the game. I had the opportunity to, and he was telling me how he would kick it out of bounds from time to time when the guys are really gassed, really tired. They just need a break for just a quick second.
Yeah.
That probably was one of those moments.
Hey.
Illegal substitution kicking team. Ball's kicked out of bounds. By rule, the ball be placed at the 20. 5-yard penalty. First down.
All right, so talk a little bit about what Stevens said about that new ball.
Yeah, he had a lot to say, that's for sure. He was not a fan, to put it bluntly. He had mentioned how the football is not the same as last year. Last year's, the edges were a lot smoother. It's not as swollen up, if you want to say that. It's not so much about the direction or the path it's going. He said he can get that on target. It's the fact that the ball dives. The dimples in it are really, really large, and so when it catches air at its point, it just falls and dies, and it's really hard to, like you said, get that deuce.
And that has impacted kickoff strategy quite a bit. Back goes Henry. Henry throwing. He's got a man. You know, interesting, the receiver went back a yard or two, so it looks like it's going to be maybe about a 3-yard gain.
I thought he was going to go up the middle to Miles Kelly. He had it wide open.
Yeah, he took the wall because he's had some success there, but boy, that door almost closed. I think Trevante Long was ready to jump all over that one. Luckily, they completed that pass. 2nd and 6 here after that 4-yard gain. Jacksonville wants to score pretty quickly because they're down by 2 possessions.
Yeah, Malik Henry has looked very good so far this half. Drops back. Throwing high, it's a fan took it. Oh my gosh.
And now the fan wants a piece of him.
A very excited fan, what a catch.
He's trying to rally the troops.
I don't think the fan interfered first.
I don't think he did either.
I think it was in the ball was in a neutral area possibly. Let's see this right here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that ball's in the stands.
Actually, he wasn't the one. He sort of got it off the bounce, didn't he?
Yeah.
Kudos to the fan for standing his ground, but I don't know if I'd want to go inside the arena.
That fan looked pretty stout. I think he held his own there.
You know, you go to a baseball game, you have your nets around there. It's a good thing for safety. But these, come here, be alert. You're going to get a souvenir.
Yeah.
Closer you sit down to the field, the better. Dropping back is Malik Henry. Looked like he got a hand on it.
Picked up. Oh, it was tipped in the backfield there.
Yeah, looked like he got his hand into the arm. Watch this replay. That was a huge play.
Results of the play is a touchback. Carolina had the ball on the 5-yard line.
Page just stepped. What a game Page has had today.
Yeah, his arm was affected by the pressure. Once again, Cobras pressure, putting the quarterback in a precarious position, causing an interception.
That's massive for a lot of reasons. Page has made game-winning plays back-to-back this second half. Now all the momentum shifts to the Cobras. They can waste as much clock as they need to with a 9-point lead. And again, there's that Cobras defense just all over the offense, smothering them like a python, just squeezing them until they got no breath.
Defensive staff, Coach Yarborough, Coach Burns, Coach Green, they've got to feel good about that play.
This drive, they're going to try to close it out, put some points on. He throws, got intercepted.
Oh, no, it didn't. He stole it right back. Is that DJ Myers? DJ Myers had the ball, got it taken away.
That tug of war
again.
It's tough to see. It's right below us. And we saw two go into the boards, and we saw Myers come out with that football.
And that's all that counts, right?
You've got to love that.
Some fans on YouTube calling for that on that turning point fan play, calling for some fan interference. Again, that was very close, but that was quite a turnaround that we've just seen in the last minute or so. Bain under center, dropping back. It's a pitch back.
I had a couple men in motion there, and that's
False start. Offense, number 15, 5-yard penalty, first down.
Well, Page might have just had the play of the game right there. I mean, that interception is just so clutch of him.
For the Cobras to be up 2 possessions with under 4, that's huge.
Well, you got to remember, too, the Sharks are averaging 56 points per game on the season, and they are well below. They clearly are not going to get that point total. At least it doesn't look like it. It's just, what more can you say about this defense?
Ticking down now, 3.5 minutes left. Bain dropping back. It's a short one there to Myers. Myers bowling up the side. He gets about half of what he needs to move those chains again.
Gets that penalty yardage back plus some, bringing up second down.
Going to be able to kill it off to about 2.5 minutes by the time we see that next play.
I really love the connection of Bain and Myers. I feel like they've clicked since day one. I think they're just on the same level. They're talking the same. They're communicating. It's good to see.
All right, so Ings is the motion man now. Bain under center, sending Ings. It's a little pitch back to Evans. Evans cutting out the middle, fumble. It's still out, loose.
Oh,
Cobras have somehow recovered that. Now will the ball, let's see where the ball will be spotted.
Yeah, will they give it the place where it's recovered, or will they bring it back to where it's
spotted the fumble?
Ings got on that ball. Good punch out right there.
That's a big play. Look at this. So you see the balls rolling around. That's Ings. Ings just dove under there.
And that might be a game saver right there.
And it looks like they got a couple of extra yards out of it when it was all said and done. Bringing up a short third down, 3rd and 3.
We're under 2 now. That's huge.
Sharks still sitting with 3 timeouts. They're going to have to use them if the Cobras can get this next 3 yards.
Seen a lot of Travaglia.
Myers, the motion man. Dropping back is Bain. Bain throwing for Ings. Ings is heading down to the middle, trying to make contact, drives back into the wall.
That's huge. Now Jacksonville's going to have to start thinking timeouts. There's a 1.5 minutes left. This game just might have gotten away from them with that play from Ings.
They get it down to 1 minute now unless the Sharks take a timeout.
Doesn't look like they're going to.
That's a...
I mean, we're coming up on a minute and still nothing.
They've got all 3. I don't understand this.
I mean, I'm not going to complain, but I don't understand it. I'm questioning it for sure.
Take it down to the 1 minute warning and use them after that.
1 minute warning. 1 minute rules are in effect. Carolina Cobras have 2 timeouts. Jacksonville has 3.
Still had another.
All timeouts will be 30 seconds.
So talking this 1-minute rules, essentially what you're looking for if you're the Cobras is simply positive yardage.
Positive yardage. You've got to get positive yardage to keep that clock rolling and force the Sharks to use their timeouts.
Now, if the Sharks can't get the ball back somehow, they still have the ability to score and kick the deuce. So, you know, they're being within 9 does put you, give you a little bit of a greater chance than without that deuce opportunity.
Well, you have to go for it too. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, and you got to score quick. Not taking that time out, you leave yourself with just 1 minute, which is a lot of time in arena football, sure, but when you're behind by 2 scores, you need to score quick.
Several factors working against you, though. One, don't forget you've got a brand new kicker. You haven't tried a deuce all night. And the Cobras are inside of the 10-yard line. They've got T.C. Stevens. If he puts up 3 points, and you can just wipe that right off the board.
And James, if you're the coach, what are you telling the players about holding on to that football?
Yeah, you got to know that they're going to be stripping for the ball. Ball's been on the ground a lot tonight, so they smell the blood in the water anyway. Hold on to that ball. Let's go ahead and finish this game out the right way.
Myers going to handoff up the middle. That's Evans. He got a couple of extra yards on that after contact.
Gotta love the play for the big fella for the Sharks in the middle.
There goes one of the timeouts.
Timeout, Jacksonville, their first of the half. This will be a 30-second timeout.
He was holding on for dear life. Russell down there. He was being blocked, but he saw the runner, had a handful of jersey of the runner, and wouldn't let go. Excellent play there.
Timeout called by the Sharks.
There's their first timeout, as you would expect. That got all the way down to 50 seconds, though. I doing the math, I don't see it, Matt. What do you think?
I think, honestly, if you're the Cobras, just keep running the ball. Get as many yards as you can. If you happen to fall into the end zone, even better. But like you guys said before, a field goal seals this game.
All right, there, Myers, the motion man again. It's a handoff up the middle to Evans.
Just keep running that play on
Another
loop.
forward play.
Yeah, keep running that play on loop. Keep eating away. Tick, 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 tick.
Timeout, Jacksonville, their second of the half. This will be a 30-second timeout.
The thing is, you're up 9, you're going to go for that field goal. But then, you know, there's been some blocks. So that's not a gimme.
Zach Brown there got the ball down to the 6-yard line. Interesting to see there at that timeout, Bain was wiping that ball a lot before he handed it to the umpire. I wonder if there's some moisture on it or something he didn't like.
78 points for Albany as they lead 78-61 in that high-scoring affair.
That's impressive, too, thinking back to the Cobras holding Albany to 51 points. They've got 78 already.
You know, what'll be interesting is will Castronova, the Cobras' former quarterback, will he be back throwing the ball when Albany comes back into town?
Timeout, Carolina, their second of the half. This will be a 30-second timeout.
I haven't obviously been able to watch that game. Has Castronova been passing the ball tonight, starting quarterback for Albany?
You know, he's looked pretty good on the season so far. But you know, he's a leader. He needs to be for Albany, a team that wants to repeat success.
Interesting to see here. Do you think the Cobras put the ball in the air, or do they run it again and force that final timeout?
You know, that's a tough call. If you get the points, it's over. But, you know, getting rid of their timeouts, that's big.
You have the chance to do something where you roll Bain out to the right. All right, no, another handoff. It doesn't look like he got a yard on that.
So does that keep that clock going? Yeah, they stopping that clock because he didn't get any forward progress.
That's a break for Jacksonville, but Those seconds are going down
The
to
clock will
precious
start on the
few.
snap. The offense must gain positive yards.
You know, I wonder if you should have sent Ings on just a slant. Just get a 1 or 2 yards. Maybe he gets in the end zone.
Well, if Stevens can kick this, then this is the ball game right here. Barring a miracle. But no easy field goal.
Ings is the snapper.
Distance is there, but those goalposts very thin. Snap back, ball down, kick up, and the kick is good. And the Cobras have just taken a 53-41 point lead.
Desperation time now for the Sharks.
I think, you know, there's 2 conversations we need to have. Still 33 seconds in the game. Miracles can happen. But if this score holds, I think that the Sharks are probably the best 0-3 team that we've seen in a really long time. And the Cobras might be one of the best 3-0 teams we've seen in a really long time. This is a really telltale sign of both these teams.
Now, Sweet Carolina is playing, but it might be too early. I have to think it might be a little too early for that. So Sharks are going to try to get that ball. They're going to try to score quickly, and then onside kick.
I've got 3 numbers in my head right now. 51, 26, and so far 41 on this season. This Cobras defense is special.
Yeah, it's been special all year. It's going to continue to be special. And I mean, we might have a Steel City here in Carolina.
1 timeout left for the Sharks. It's a high kick. He's just going to sail that one out of bounds. Ball will be placed on the 20.
Kick out of bounds.
It looked to me like Rob Jones was trying to get that ball from the stands and run it back. There he goes. He's going over a little high five with the fans. Now,
we said this earlier. Jacksonville did get a 1-play score earlier in the quarter, I believe. So, as much as we're singing our swan song, this game isn't quite over yet.
What do you see from the defensive alignment, James?
They're going to keep it in front of them.
All right, back. Henry throwing over. He's got a man. He's loose. And he collapsed into the board.
Big stick.
Now, I think that stops the clock. That should stop the clock.
It does stop the clock.
Again.
And what a hit.
Please put 28 seconds on the game clock. 28 seconds on the game clock. Timeout. Jacksonville, their 3rd and final timeout.
See, Jacksonville's doing exactly what they need to. You like to.
I felt that hit from up here.
Yeah. Did he go down? Did he go down a little bit before the boards? That was a big stop play clock.
So they had to waste their timeout there.
Okay.
Hey, that was a good tackle there, getting his head across, shoulder into the player. Excellent tackle.
28 seconds on the game clock. 28.
All right, there's Henry. The Sharks are still in there fighting.
Wonder if they go these small passes like they've been doing. It's been working.
Comes Rob Jones in motion. Henry back. Henry throwing up for the end zone. He's got a man. He's out of bounds, possibly.
Yep, they caught that. The official dropped his hat. That tells me that the receiver was out of bounds and came back in to make the catch.
So on the coverage, it looked like Page. He cut under his legs.
Yeah.
And if I think that this may be challenged, but it looked like he cut under his legs, so something landed out of bounds in that no man's land area.
His body spun around in a really weird way. It looked ugly, but I just can't believe he got up and caught the ball.
Well, Tom, if you look, though, the back judge dropped his hat. And it only does that when a player goes out of bounds.
Well, did that come on the Rob, on the
no, he was out of bounds
on the Page hit?
The ball. No, he was out of bounds, and that's when he drops his hat. If it happened on the hit, then that's something totally different. He never would have dropped the hat. Drop the hat to let you know that his route took him out of bounds. He can't be the first player to touch the ball.
Got you. And then what a hit. All right, back. Henry moving to his left.
Forward is
Henry throwing for the end zone.
Out of bounds. bounds.
Looked like
And we got a flag.
And a flag. And an interception.
No whistle's been. That's the first whistle that was blown.
Okay, I'm interested in this. He's again dropped his hat. How do you have pass interference against a player who's ineligible?
Unless it happened before he stepped out of bounds.
He dropped his hat and then his flag.
Yeah, he definitely dropped his hat first, which is really bizarre.
Pass interference. Defense. Number 12.
I think Coach Rez might be saying that. I think that's James. Coach Rez might be saying exactly what you said.
How can you interfere with a player who can't?
I don't think these referees have made a lot of friends tonight.
I don't understand that.
Please put 14 seconds on the clock, game clock, 14 seconds.
Sharks still in there fighting.
Coach Rez is giving him an earful right now, too.
I think he's wondering the same thing. How can I interfere with a player who's already been out of bounds?
Now, it would have been different if he'd thrown the flag first, but he threw his hat first.
Now, that ball would not have been an interception because it looked like it hit the railing rather than the backboard. Okay. There you go. He's back. He throws. Ball's up.
Jump.
And did he catch it? Touchdown.
Jump ball.
That's what Devin Wilson does best. Gets up and gets the ball.
One-on-one jump ball. You're going to bet on Devin Wilson every time.
That's the easiest throw he can make.
So Cobras fans know from 2019 what can happen on an onside kick. These teams played in the championship then. So very important moment coming up here. Jacksonville Sharks not going away. They're just going to opt for the 1-point kick here. That's it, 5-point game.
All right.
Got a real nail biter here.
A little more drama here before we can go home.
So this game started at 7. It is now 10:20.
It's all right, guys. We got nowhere to be.
No.
Let it go.
Lots of rain outside, too, so we can't even go outside.
I think it's safe to say it's probably not going to be going to overtime.
Oh, there's going to be a winner tonight. I don't see the numbers adding up to an overtime.
So here's the thing, that we've seen that kicker. We've seen a couple of onside kicks already. This is something the Sharks practice. The kicker's good at it.
Hey, they've had practice tonight. They've had, 2 or 3 onsides already tonight. That last one was scary when it got that big bounce. Luckily, DJ Myers brought it in. We'll see.
So no time will go off the clock on this kick until the ball is touched. Cobras can recover, then they've got it. They just have to do one forward play, win the game. See what Coach Burley has in mind. Page is back. Cobras expecting onside kick and are lined up for that. Looks like DJ Myers and Long out on the kicker's right side. It's an onside kick back to the kicker.
Oh,
ball's loose.
Somehow bounced right back to a Cobra.
No, he's calling the ball into the...
And we do have a flag on the play, too. Man, what a perfect kick.
Watch the hit there if we can see a replay. Look at this.
I don't know how he was calling Sharks ball. I think our umpire is just confused there.
Well, it had that awkward bounce. He fell to his knees because he thought he was going to fall on it. Ended up bouncing over.
Yeah, but he immediately stood up and pointed Sharks ball. The Cobras are all over that.
I'm interested to see what the flag is.
That guy's happy.
Possible helmet to helmet.
Personal foul. Defense, kicking team, has to distance to the goal. Automatic, first down.
that a helmet-to-helmet hit or something after the play?
No, it flag came out during the play, and I think it was on that big hit Matt was talking about.
Either event, the Cobras hold on to this game with one positive play.
I think you go with Bain and you just get a little push from Brown in the back and take this one in.
You've got 3 chances to it. Pulls forward, and that should be the ball game. Cobras start this game with a 14-0 lead. Sharks fight back. Cobras start the half, get up 14. They fought it out till the end, and Cobras are 3-0, guys.
Yeah, Cobras looking great to start the season, 3-0. I mean, what more can be said about the defense? Bain is clicking, Myers is clicking, everything is working right now. Still got another test next week.
All right, and we'll be back later this month at home, May 20th. We'll be back here in the Coliseum, and then again in Memorial Day weekend, May 28th. Let's watch some of these highlights. Starts with the recently engaged Joe Powell. Interception early in the game. There's that touchdown. Handoff up the middle that stopped.
If you guys had a game ball, who would it go to?
It's it's got to be
Page.
That's who I would give it to. After that kickoff return and the interception, I think it's definitely Page.
It's got to be Page.
I think we saw a poised Bain tonight. Love the way he commanded this offense. Zach Brown brought the energy again. He's playing against his former team. There he is again on the score.
Doesn't matter what number you put on him.
DJ Myers again with a big game, catching a lot of balls from Bain. Bain gets in there. But
did you happen to notice they gave that ball to Coach Back, former coach of the Carolina Cobras?
Okay.
There's Page.
I do want to say that once again we're seeing excellent protection up front for the big boys. We've got to give a shout out to guys like Derek Ziegler, Tyson Fernandez. Just amazing play up front, and if I don't say that, Jordan Harris, another. Those guys are good, and that's a huge turnaround from last year's Cobras to this year's Cobras. I love what I'm seeing up front.
They look consistent, they look solid, they look confident. I think that's what I got from this game, is that they look like a complete team, a confident team, and I think it's carrying over to every facet of this team.
So Matt, before you go, who's your King Cobra?
My King Cobra, like I said, it's got to be Page. That kickoff return really killed any type of momentum the Sharks had. And then the nail in the coffin was that interception. Page showed out. It's what football is all about. He stepped up on offense, stepped up on defense, playing great football. Cobras 3-0.
Thanks to all of our fans on YouTube Live watching from wherever. Appreciate all your Sharks fans that tuned in, and all of our Cobras fans. Hope to see you at the arena, Greensboro Coliseum, the greatest arena in the United States, on May 20th, and then again on May 28th when the Cobras return. You can watch all the games on the National Arena League YouTube channel when the Cobras are playing away. And we'll be back in just a moment. Hang with us for a few minutes. If you got to go, we understand. Matt, thank you for joining us, and we'll be back here for just a few more minutes, and we'll talk over some of the parts of the game that helped the Cobras get this big win.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Matt. Back here again with our post-game show. Still at the Greensboro Coliseum as the Cobras pull out a big victory over the Jacksonville Sharks. 53-48 was your final score. Cobras jumped out early with a big 2-touchdown lead. Sharks wouldn't go away, came back and actually took the lead briefly before half. Halftime had us at 20-20. Tie ball game between these two storied franchises. Cobras again going ahead by 14 points with another fierce set of scores in the third quarter, only to see the Sharks keep it close. Back and forth they went into the fourth quarter with the final score coming up 53-48. Cobras defense story of the night, again holding their opponent under 50 points. So in 3 ball games, we've got 51 points, 26 points, and now 48 points. Story of the season early on, 3 games in, is this Cobras defense. Joined here, a couple of guys here going to talk to me in the post-game show. Guys, what'd you think of tonight's game?
Well, you know, you just briefed on it, the defense. You know, coming in this game, the Carolina Cobras defense was giving up about 38 points per game, and they were right on cue there towards the end. You know, they give up that last touchdown there to Wilson, but you know, you take that away, and that's right where it ended. You know, they stood the ground, and the Sharks come in with, you know, one of the best offenses in the NAL. They were scoring about 58 points a game. The Cobras hold them to 10 points under that, and you know, started like you said, started out hot, sizzled off a little bit, come back after halftime, and they came right back out with some fire, and I think that sparked the team.
Simply put, James, the story of the second half was simply put the Christoph Page show. He was all over the place, making plays on offense, making plays on defense. And without him, I don't think the Cobras would have been able to pull this game out in the second half like they did.
Jason, you made a valid point there with Page being a big player. And Chandler, you talked about this Sharks offense being pretty dynamic so far this season, and the Cobras just being able to shut them down. What do you think contributed to that the most?
You know, we just touched on it. You know, Christopher Page. Not only did he do it on special teams with probably the best return I've seen in a very long time, had me reminiscent of Antonio Brown when he kind of kicked that punter in the face that we all remember.